It is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN on a Wednesday. I am your host, Mike Gill. Josh Henning is producing today's show. You out there, what is up, my friends? Hopefully you're enjoying what has been a interesting Wednesday so far in the world of sports. We got plenty to dive into today, midweek. We always try to have a little fun on the Wednesday show. We've got plenty of things planned for you today, including – the Sixers play the Celtics tonight. Very interested in that game. Two teams that have a lot of parallels from 2013 to where they are today. We'll discuss coming up today. Mike McGarry in the 4 o'clock hour. And, of course, at 2:40 today in the 4 o'clock hour. We've got football at 4. What's the latest on Jalen Hurts? We'll dive into that. Geoff Mosher joins us for football at 4. And then a lot of me and you today as we got I'm really intrigued. Last night was the college football playoff rankings, and it really sets up for an interesting conversation that we will get into today here on the show. How many people out there, all right, if you are listening out there today, all right, and I always like to get the pulse of the listeners because I'm a college football fan. I have a college that I not only went to, but I am very passionate about and root for. On a college football Saturday, I will sit and watch college football essentially all day long. And I love watching West Virginia and following West Virginia. So my question for you guys, I want to know, all right? Now, Josh is a big college football fan. Oddly, I don't think, well, he likes Miami, but I don't know that you have a huge attachment to Miami. But my question is, all right, I want to take an informal poll today, okay? If you are listening to the show and you are in the listening audience today, I need you to do me a favor. Text me at 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. If you're listening on the free mobile app, message us through the phone, or if you're watching the show on the YouTube channel, send us a comment through there. Which college football program do you follow the most? I'm very intrigued by the answers that we get here. All right? Which college football program do you follow the most? Do you have a college team that you follow, or are you more just, hey, I'm just a casual college football fan? And if you don't care about or follow college football, include that as well. 609-403-0973. If you're out there listening, do me that favor and send me a text. Just say, hey, I follow this school. That's my favorite team. This is my favorite team. I don't follow college football. Could care less about college football. I think most people who did not go to a school that has football, like there's a lot of people that went to school. Maybe they're not Division I. Maybe they don't have a Division I program. If you went to Stockton, they don't have a football team, obviously. If you went to Rowan, they don't have a football team at the Division I level. So which is your college football team? I know most people in this area are perceived to be either Penn State fans, Notre Dame fans, or you get the random Miamis like Josh. Josh, how did you become a fan of Miami?
Well, the first college football game I ever watched was Catholics versus convicts.
You sound like one of those cowboy nerds that were like, well, the first game I watched was the star on the helmet, and then I followed them the rest of my life.
Well, listen, I'm a diehard Miami.
I know. That's what I said.
But, I enjoy the history of the school and what they stood for because they were a bunch of rebels. And when my grandfather sat me down, he said, when you watch a game, you have to pick a side. So that day I picked the side.
Right. Now, you said, like, again, you sound like the guy who says, why did you become a Cowboys fan? Well, my dad set me in front of the TV. They had a star on their helmet, and I loved them ever since.
Right. But
that's what you sound like. Do you not?
Well, listen, I understand that sentiment, but unlike the Cowboy fan, I'm not allegiant to this team to this day.
Yeah, you're not. I would say that you really, like, there's people who are texting in their answers. And I would say to you, like, you're a big college football fan. I don't know, like, what is the genesis of you becoming a college football fan? You would probably say you like college more than pro.
It's a little bit more, yes.
Which is odd in this area.
It is. It's just for me, I love football. And for me, football is one of the things that I had a connection with my grandfather.
Okay.
So for me, it's something of value. That and a couple other things were things like I learned about football from him. I started watching football because of him. So for me, and we watched more college football than NFL football together. That's all. Now, part of that was obviously because of a variety of reasons. You go to your grandparents' house on Saturday, maybe instead of Sunday, kind of thing. But the point is that football is a special place for me because of my connection to my grandfather.
Right. And then the team that you watched was Miami. But like in this instance, there is no college team in our town, in this area,
Right.
that, I talk about sports being a community pride
Correct.
type of thing, right?
Right. Like if you live in a certain area, it's part of living in the area.
It's the fabric of where you live. It's, the community comes together. You see them at Wawa in the morning. They've got their jersey on Sunday morning. Hey, bud, good game. Let's go to that, blah, blah, blah. College is even, when you're in a college town, it's like multiplied by 1,000,000.
Right.
Right? There's nothing better than being on the campus on the Saturday of a football game. It is just a truly an unbelievable experience.
It's also a throwback to the times of it's not the same in certain areas for high school football anymore, but it's the idea like the town would shut down
Right. Oh, believe
on
me.
game day.
That's what it is. On a Saturday, you go to a game, the place shuts down. There's certain places that are like, they'll put the sign in the door, hey, we're closed for Mountaineer football,
Right.
Come back after. You don't get that at the professional level.
Correct.
So in this area, I never really raised my eyebrow as to, well, why are you a fan of this particular school or that school? I would love to know what is the background. We've been what is the background of how you became a fan of that university that you have you didn't go there. You have no ties to it. So when you pick a college team, that is always very odd to me. When I was growing up, I was a big Alabama fan.
Okay.
Why? Oddly, I just like the uniforms. I like the Crimson Tide. I like the uniforms. I love the simplistic nature of just the number on the helmet. I like the color. I thought everything was really just very simple about them. And people would say, well, why not Penn State? I don't know why. I was drawn into Alabama. But this goes back to what I said, people who are Cowboys fans. At one point, I got to a point where I was old enough to say, you know what? There's no reason for me to be an Alabama fan. And I kind of separated myself. Now, I ended up going to West Virginia, and bang, I became a huge West Virginia fan. I mean, you look at my closet, I have blue and gold everywhere.
Yes, you do.
But I don't look at people and say, what college do you follow? Like this person says, Oregon State, go Beavers. Didn't say why they like Oregon State, just says Oregon State. They're 3,500 miles away from us.
Right, but for example, some people, they're a fan of a school because their kid went there.
Sure, exactly. Now this guy says, I follow all Philly pro teams every night since I was little. I'm 60 now. The last thing in the world I could care less about is college football. There are a lot of people who just can't get into college football.
That is a funny explanation to me, though, the way he said that.
Well, this area doesn't really, we talked yesterday about Temple and the landscape of college football. Even when they're at their very, very, very best, they're not a national championship level team or they're not going to be a national championship program.
And they've really only had game day show up once or twice.
That's irrelevant. It's the fact that their university is not on the level that they could win a national championship. Forget game day. I'm just talking about they are not a school where you enter the season saying, man, this is going to be the year we're going to be competing for a national championship.
No, they'll never be that. But the point about game day is the fact that they have gotten national attention before. So at least there's been, a focus on them on the national level.
Yeah, previously. I mean, the game day thing is here, there. I mean, they play that year they had game day here. Was it Notre Dame or they played Penn State or something like that?
1 year they played Notre Dame, and the other year, I wish I could remember who it was.
I mean, they played they were here because they were good, and the other team was on a higher profile level.
Right, because they were ranked in the top 25.
Yeah, but the game day thing is, I'm not talking about like that. I'm talking about you're not going to be a huge college football fan and say, Temple football is live and die for me. You know, going into the season that Temple's not winning the national championship.
Correct.
Right. Like when I went to Navy a couple of weeks ago, those people understand what Navy is. It's just a Saturday out. It's the pride of having something in your community. A Navy football fan is everything about sports. It's having pride in the community that you live in.
Right.
It's not my team won championships. My team's better than yours. It's exactly what sports is supposed to be about. Community pride. And we have this team that on Saturday afternoon, we don't care if we win or lose. It's all about the camaraderie of us coming together and having a celebration.
Right.
The game is secondary. That is what college football is supposed to be. That's what sports are supposed to be. And people get into this. Well, that's why I've never been like, you get the guy who's like cowboy guy who says, well, we've won all these Super Bowls. And I say, I don't care. What the hell do I care that you won 5 Super Bowls before you were born? Right? I don't care. The Eagles won the Super Bowl 4 years. I can't even remember what 4 years ago. The hell cares? You know how distant of a memory the Eagles winning the Super Bowl is to me? Like, it's more than just winning the Super Bowl. It's more than just winning the World Series. That's what's so cool about college sports. That is what's so cool about college football. West Virginia is perpetually the team that always comes up short. You know, Charlie Brown gets the ball pulled from him every single time. That's who we are, right? But that's what being a college fan is all about. And it's knowing your role, knowing your place in the world.
And that's why, for example, my favorite weekend of the year was this past weekend. I love rivalry weekend because everything is amplified in these communities. Everything is amplified with these people. Like, it means more to them to beat their rival than to win a national championship.
Right. Whoa, that's what it comes to. Did you see Jim Harbaugh's contract?
Yeah.
In the contract, he got paid just as much money to win the Big Ten as he did to win the national championship.
Correct.
It shows you to them the value of what that game means, beating Ohio State. It's almost, if you beat Ohio State, that is bigger to us than winning the national championship.
Absolutely. And it's like that everywhere with these rivalries. You know, it's more important. Like Auburn, you know why I was picking Auburn for weeks? I told everybody to take them on the spread. I told everybody for weeks, and they covered, by the way, is because of the fact
they were getting 20.
But still, people
that was a great line for them in the game of that magnitude.
And people were trying to tell me to take Alabama. I was like, no, because for Auburn, this was their national championship. This was their Super Bowl. For Michigan, at home, in the snow, this was their moment. You know, for these schools, this is it. This is the moment. This is what you wait all year for. And these people in these communities, this means everything to them. I mean, there's people who literally hold it against their neighbor in Mississippi all year who wins the Egg Bowl.
That's true. And it's funny because the rivalries in the NFL just don't hold. Like the Eagles played the Giants last week. They're playing the Jets this week, which is not a rivalry game. But the rest of the year, they're going to play Washington, and it's just not the same. Like, it just doesn't have that same feeling. Mike, right. I know this might not count, but top-tier SEC, Bama, Georgia, LSU, used to live in the Southeast for work. Best football in the country, hands down. I mean, those games, with that guy saying, Bama, Georgia, LSU, that is the life or death of those areas.
Yes.
They don't have, that's the crazy part about it. You know, Alabama doesn't have a pro team. Georgia has the Falcons, but the Falcons are second-class citizens down there.
100%.
Right. LSU, you know, you have the Saints. People love the Saints. They're a little further south than the Saints are.
Right.
But LSU is probably a bigger entity in Louisiana than the Saints are.
Kids growing up wanting to go to LSU, period. That's when you're growing up in Louisiana. I was listening to interviews. Someone talk about this, who's from Louisiana. They said, what you don't understand, they said, about because they hired Brian Kelly. They said, the kid doesn't care who the head coach is. They just want to know, can I go to LSU and play and win games? That's what they care about.
Well, that's what it's like in a lot of these college towns. Like, I was talking about this yesterday. You got like Minnesota, West Virginia's in this boat, places like that, Indiana, where it's very difficult for them to consistently compete because they don't have any in-house or in-state talent.
They don't have the depth.
They don't have the recruiting in their own state. Like Minnesota doesn't have top-tier football players that have that same passion, right? They don't have the kids in Minnesota that say, all my life, all I want to do is grow up and be a Golden Gopher.
Right.
You might have 2 or 3 of them that are good enough to play at that level.
Correct.
That's why a place like Minnesota, West Virginia, Indiana, Kentucky, Vanderbilt, that's why they can't compete year to year. They don't have the in-state talent to constantly bring those kids that dream about playing for that university. Like you go to Ohio, you have a whole area filled with high school footballers that say,
yeah.
I want to play for Ohio State. And then half of them end up going to Ohio State. You don't get that at Minnesota. You don't get that. The interesting part is you do get that in New Jersey. The problem is you don't have these kids growing up saying, man, I can't wait to go play for the Scarlet Knights. Right? It's so odd how in some of these places, that is all these kids. And we have so much high school football talent right here. And yet the dreams are different for the kids that live here than the kids that live in,
because this is a pro region. The Northeast is a pro region. Everything is built around Philadelphia, New York, and those cities.
Text messages coming in 609-403-0973 and keep them coming in. Mike, been a Florida State fan my whole life, but I will say the last couple of years have been brutal, but at least they beat Miami this year. Yeah, everybody, there's a lot of people from around here that are Miami fans. You got a lot of people from around here that are Florida State fans. And I guess that kind of stems from, in the 90s, both those programs were on top of the world.
Right. And you saw them every week. People forget that there was a time that you didn't have every game on television to watch. You only had a select number of channels with games. So your options were limited to a handful of schools.
Now you sound like the Cowboys honk again. Well, there was only 2 games on, and they had a star on their helmet, and it was kind of cool.
But it's true.
It's not a good reason.
Listen, I'm not sitting here, I'm not sitting here preaching the gospel of the U over here. I'm just saying the reality.
No, I didn't say the U. I'm just saying you're feeding into Cowboy fan who, when you asked them how they became a Cowboy fan, they were the team that was on TV all the time. And then the other guy, how did you become a Steelers fan? Well, they were on TV all the time, and then I kind of, I watched them.
To me, pro sports are different, though.
I agree. I'm just joking, but you're right. They are different because you have a pro sports team. You have a pro sports team that you have the fabric of your community. The college is different, and that's the point of the conversation. This guy says Stanford, LSU, and Penn State. Those 3 schools couldn't have any more to do with they have nothing to do with each other.
Zilch.
So why would you say Stanford, LSU, Penn State? I have no clue, but that's who he is. Another gentleman, Penn State. This guy says whoever I bet on. Oh, that's funny.
It sounds like me now.
Text message, Mike, I follow Miami. Hey, Mike. I follow the University of Kentucky. I lived in Lexington for a while and also worked at Rupp Arena. That's Ernie from Brigantine.
That's cool.
Brigantine. See, that's a reason. You lived in Lexington. You worked at Rupp Arena. The fabric of that community, you brought that home with you.
That's cool, though.
And that is acceptable.
I think
any answer in this is acceptable.
I feel like answers like that are more fun, though.
They are fun. But every answer for college is acceptable because most people in this area did not grow up. There's no college football program within, really 3-4 hours of us. I mean, Penn State would be the closest. Sorry, Rutgers. You're not a major football university. You might be in a major conference, but you've given the area no reason to say you are a fabric of our community. I say all the time, in West Virginia, people drive 3 hours every Saturday to go watch them play. Rutgers is an hour and a half from us. I know about 4 people who are making that drive. A couple of alums and suckers, really. It's sad. It's a shame. But the fabric is different here, that a college football team an hour and a half away is not really a big deal to the people in this area. In Alabama, West Virginia, Louisiana, most of these places. Did you watch any of that Purdue game last night? The basketball game?
I saw bits and pieces.
Purdue is playing.
I wasn't solely focused on it.
Yeah, it was the Big Ten ACC Challenge. Purdue played what? Florida State, I think it was last night.
Yeah, it was Florida State.
The place was nuts. I mean, it was just absolutely nuts. They were sleeping overnight to wait for tickets for that game.
They eat, live, and die Purdue basketball.
It's crazy. And Purdue is like middle of the road, right? They're
100%.
just right. They're actually the number 2 team in the country right now, but on
But
a typical year,
historically, they're a middle
like
of the road,
Alabama, casual college football fan, with their success, it makes it easy. I also love Nick Saban, his ability to build successful players in the NFL. Yeah, I mean, at the college level, you may gravitate to a team. It sounds like a lot of people. Miami in the 90s, they won, gravitate towards them. Florida State in the 90s, they won, gravitate towards them. A lot of people around here, Notre Dame, they won a lot in the 80s and 90s, gravitate towards them. Mike, I'm not a big college football fan. I watch the big games. If there was a team to root for, I would say Rutgers. I got into them in the 2006 year. They beat Louisville. That was a fun year. People kind of rallied around that team.
Sure, yeah. And, Shiano was building something here. They left for the NFL, and they went downhill.
USC, vote for them. Tito and EHC says Florida State rules, work done, caught my attention, so I became a fan. That's back in those 90s teams.
Yeah, Bobby Bowden.
NC State is my team because I lived in Raleigh. We went to some games, but I didn't go to school there. I also dislike Ohio State. Never liked them. Couldn't even say why. I just always hope they lose.
That's also the other fun thing about college sports is that there's always a villain that people root against. That's the fun part of it, too.
Yeah. OSU Beavers. My son is a freshman student athlete there. He's a rower. He graduated from Holy Spirit. Okay, that makes some sense because Oregon State's a pretty random team to just say, hey, that's the team I like.
Like, for example, Dave Weinberg, he went to Appalachian State, right? But his son went to Arizona State. So he always talks about the fact that he roots for Appalachian, but he also roots for the Sun Devils.
Yeah, Appalachian State's a tough one, too, because they're not really, they're a very good FCS school. Do they move up to Division I now?
Yeah, they've been Division I for a few years.
But they're not going to win a national championship.
No.
So
but
those teams are tough. Those teams are tough, though, when you're in a, not a power conference, but you're still a Division I team.
Right.
It's
a interesting balance.
Matt from Delaware says, I'm an Oregon Ducks fan. I have lots of Oregon gear because my family lives a few hours from Eugene. Also down here in Delaware, the Blue Hens aren't a huge football team, so not a lot of UD fans in Delaware unless they're up in Newark. I mean, Delaware is another one of those teams. Very good program typically, but it's not a Division I school.
Correct.
So, but the state of Delaware, I think, really has a lot of pride in that football team because they're a very good program.
Sure, and there's a lot of interest locally because of that.
Those are the other areas, too. Like Delaware would be like in the Navy thing where, they might win a division. It's not 1AA anymore, but whatever it is.
FCS.
Right. Why'd they do that?
Why'd they call it that?
Why'd they change that?
Because apparently there was this issue with, there was some legal reason, and they just decided to call themselves a football championship series because they have a full-blown playoff and there's no bowl games.
Well, when you're in that FCS situation, it's like the Navy thing where it's more about having an event every Saturday. It's like having the community come together. Like, this is our team. You're not really there to hope they win or lose so much.
Right. But that's what makes it, for lack of a better term, endearing at times.
All right. Tell us which college you're into. I want to get into these college football playoffs. The rankings came out last night, and it sets up for an interesting weekend. We'll tell you why. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The free mobile app. Download the app in the Apple Store, Google Play, and you can message us through your phone. If you're listening on the free mobile app, just hit the Listen Live button, bring us up, and hit the Message Us button. We'll read off your comments live here on the Sports Bash. 2:29 on a Sports Bash Wednesday here on a kind of chilly day outside. Brisk, they would say. I'm Mike Gill. What's going on? We've been asking you a lot of college football. It is on my mind today because of the playoffs being announced last night. Eagles news coming up in just a little bit. Jalen Hurts got some information on him. Will he play this week? We got the latest right here on the Sports Bash. 609-403-0973. So last night they announced the college football playoff standings. And you saw number one stayed the same. That was Georgia. And then you got number two, you've got Michigan. Now, this is interesting because number three in the rankings, the playoff rankings, this is not the AP rankings or the coaches ranking. It was Georgia, Michigan.
Right.
Who was three?
Alabama.
Oh, Alabama, then Cincinnati.
Right.
I forgot Alabama because they kept talking about what happens if they lose. So Alabama's 3, Cincinnati's 4.
Correct.
Right? This weekend, Cincinnati plays Houston. Now, Houston's no pushover. I mean, Houston's 8-0 in the conference. They're 11-1 overall. Their only loss came to Cincinnati, right? They played each other a couple of weeks ago.
No. They didn't play Cincinnati. They lost to somebody else earlier this year.
Who did? Oh, no. Houston lost the first game of the year to Texas Tech.
Yes, correct.
Gotcha. Right. So Houston has won 11 straight games here. So Cincinnati's in a tough spot, but they're also in a good spot. Because if they win, they would have beaten Houston, who's
a ranked team.
Really, right. They are. It's not like Cincinnati playing Tulsa or Memphis or Navy, South Florida Temple. They're actually playing the best possible opponent that they could get this weekend. So This is a good thing for Cincinnati. This is why if Cincinnati wins, and no matter what else happens around them, I think Cincinnati will get in. And they have a chance to move up to number 3 if Alabama loses.
Absolutely. And I think that's where the other teams behind them are interesting as well, because number 5 is Oklahoma State. Number 6 is Notre Dame.
Right. The Notre Dame thing's interesting. They don't play.
Yeah, they're idle.
They do not play at all this weekend. So they are just hoping for chaos around them. And so you have Georgia, Ohio State, Alabama, Michigan, Cincinnati. Now, were you surprised? Now, Georgia, Michigan, Alabama, Cincinnati. Were you surprised that Oklahoma State was next?
I was, because I feel like Oklahoma State doesn't have the resume, but I feel like they're giving them a lot of credit for beating Oklahoma. Kind of like they give Michigan a lot of credit for beating Ohio State. And it's like it's a hard thing to measure, because did those teams win because they're better than their opponent?
See, this is where
or because it was a rivalry
This
game?
is where the hard part of this comes into play for me. And this is why, there was a time where Michigan was ahead of Michigan State.
Correct.
And people said, well, Michigan State won on the field.
Right.
Well, Michigan is now number 2, and Michigan State lost to Ohio State. But so are you supposed to just say, I don't care that you played on the field, I still don't think you're better than them? Like, how are they supposed to go about this?
I mean, I think that the committee has not been transparent all along about exactly how they're measuring these teams.
Well, and the whole thing with the committee saying that they're aware of the coaching changes and that's going to be put in. So
that's disgusting.
Why would a team's play on the field, the kids that played on the field, why would they be penalized for the coach leaving?
This is where Ryan Harris, who you people have heard on the Notre Dame football games here on 97.3, was on Freddie and Fitz last night. And he was saying that, isn't the game about the kids? Isn't the play on the field what's supposed to matter? And now you're telling us that the coach is going to have that much of an impact on a game?
Yeah, that's not fair.
That's extremely unfair.
Yeah, I think
I guarantee you, if you put Notre Dame on a field with Oklahoma State and they played a 7-game series, you know who's winning that series? It ain't Oklahoma State. Notre Dame's beating them.
You think?
I would put money on it.
Okay. Well, Oklahoma State right now is 5. They play Baylor.
And Baylor's a good team.
But if they beat Baylor, how much is that worth to the committee?
It's
that Oklahoma State, moving them up to where?
Well, if Alabama loses, they'll take Alabama's spot.
Man. So this goes back to the question of, they didn't play on the field, But does the committee say, you know what? I think if Alabama played Cincinnati, they would beat them.
Well, part of the problem is that the committee has already said that they don't always do head-to-head comparisons. They do these tier comparisons. So they
Yeah, but in
have,
every tier, Alabama's better than Cincinnati.
but they claim they don't look at it like that. They claim that if Alabama, let's say Alabama beats Georgia on Saturday. I'm just using that
Well,
for
if
an
Alabama beats Georgia,
then
they're going to probably be
number one.
no, Michigan, I think, would be 1. Alabama, I think, would jump to 2. Georgia, I think, would be 3, and Cincinnati would be 4.
Well, if that's the case, they're doing that for television reasons because you want Michigan to play Cincinnati
Why?
because it's a regional matchup. They could put them in a bowl that will get certain fans to go to that bowl game.
So you want to double up Georgia and Alabama and have them play again?
Well, why not?
Wouldn't you want them to play in the final?
Well, that's the question. Which is more valuable to the committee in terms of television?
I think the final game is obvious.
Well, we've seen that before, though, a few years ago.
So you telling me they would want Michigan to play Cincinnati and Georgia and Alabama to play for back-to-back weeks?
Well, if they have
Not
Alabama
back-to-back
play
weeks, but
if they have
back-to-back times on the
if
schedule.
they have Alabama play Cincinnati, we already know it's going to be a blowout.
Well, we all think that anybody that plays Cincinnati is going to be a blowout.
That's why I'm saying Michigan might be more competitive.
I think the committee would want Georgia and Alabama to be lined up to rematch in the finals.
Possibly. But I don't think Alabama's going to win anyway. So I think they're going to lose. I think they're going to lose pretty handily, honestly, on Saturday. I don't think people realize how incredibly talented this Georgia team is.
Yeah, sure. But here's the thing. If they lose, then you're saying Oklahoma State is then, so you're moving Cincinnati up to 3, and then Oklahoma State would then be the 4th team.
Theoretically, yes. Because Cincinnati would be undefeated. Oklahoma State would have have a loss on the season. And there's probably some sort of maneuvering they would like to have, the quote unquote 2 best defenses in the country, statistically, Oklahoma State.
You sound like this is a made-for-TV event.
Because it is.
Which is what I've been saying. Why I don't like this whole thing for years is there's just no. This is like voting for the MVP.
But this is why we need to expand the playoff because we get pigeonholed into these matchups that are made for the television.
But you know what happens when they expand the playoffs? You have 8 teams. You're complaining about the 9th and the 10th.
I don't mind complaining about who doesn't make it. What I do mind is
there's not even 4 teams that are worthy enough to be in the 4.
Well, that's why we should expand it.
Oh, so we can put more crappy teams in.
Well, no, then you could.
They just need to go back to the regular bowl system.
No.
That just took the 1 and the 2 and said you're playing in the Orange Bowl, and that's this year's national championship.
I do not.
That's perfect for this year.
Yeah, who's playing?
You
Georgia
play Georgia and Michigan. There
Georgia
you go.
Will kill them.
Well, they're going to kill anybody they're going to play under you're telling me they're going to kill Alabama. Then who else are they? Who's better than Alabama and Michigan?
Nobody.
Exactly.
I mean, I think Ohio State offense could have given Georgia a test.
Sports Bash is brought to you by Matt Blatt Kia. They want to get you approved today. Matt Blatt, 6211 Black Horse Pike, Egg Harbor Township. I know Mike McGarry is a USC guy, so he'll add his conversation into the mix as well. His son goes there. That's why he's a USC guy, I believe.
Lincoln Riley, what?
What does he think about all the changes there? Plus the Phillies, very quiet on the hot stove. Eagles this weekend taking on the Jets. All that and more. Plus, I want to get Mike's thoughts on tonight. Sixers, Celtics. There were a time where people like Mike McGarry said, the Celtics didn't need to lose, and they're better than the Sixers. Au contraire, mon frere. Maybe they should have lost because whatever they did, it didn't work. Back with more Sports Bash. Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. He's brought to you by Calvi Electric, now offering residential services for your home and business. Online, calvielectric.com. We got a lot to discuss today. We opened up the conversation with all the madness going on in college football. I know, Mike, you are a USC fan, correct? That is where
Correct.
your son attends school, so that's how you kind of adopted them?
Yeah, well, I was a fan of them growing up. Anthony Davis, the 1970s, John McKay, that group. And then my son did go there and graduate from there. So that only heightened the interest the past couple of years.
So what do you think about everything that's going on in this college football? USC kind of started it all by taking Lincoln Riley, and then everything just chaotically out of whack all of a sudden.
Well, from a USC perspective, Lincoln Riley is a home run. And the thing that I tell people all the time, having been out there a couple times and been to a couple games, I don't think people understand here on the East Coast how big USC football is in Los Angeles. It's really the Dodgers, the Lakers, and USC football. Those are the three big sports franchises in Los Angeles. Even USC football gets more scrutiny and more attention than even the Rams or the Chargers in the NFL. So Lincoln Riley's a dynamic coach. And like you said, USC's a sleeping giant. And with a coach like that, I would expect them to be in this playoff, back to the days of Pete Carroll, basically, and Reggie Bush and Matt Leinart.
Yeah, I know that the college football thing has gotten crazy here. You got Brian Kelly going to LSU. You've got, obviously, as we just talked about, Riley going there. You need a new coach at Notre Dame. Is this a good thing or a bad thing? The way that, to me, Notre Dame has a chance to be in the playoffs. They don't have a coach.
Right.
They've got to figure out something to fix that problem.
Yeah, here's the problem, and here's why these moves happen. They changed the early signing period for recruiting. For years, it used to be the first Wednesday in February for football players. That's when they would sign, right? So now they kept that date, but they've instituted an early recruiting signing day in December. So that's why you have all these coaches leaving now, because if they go to their new jobs, they've got to be able to salvage a class and recruit. This is an unexpected fallout of that early signing date. If you had just kept the first Wednesday in February when all the football players would sign, then you would have coaches finish out the season and go through the bowl season. Instead, you've got this early signing period, and new coaches want to be able to recruit, and that's the fallout that you have here. Basically, it's all because of that early signing period.
Yeah. And then, locally, Mike, to tie it together, Rod Carey's fired from Temple. And I looked at their roster the other day, very minimal representation from the West Jersey League. They need to really thrive in this area. Don't you think? That's where, they were kind of having that run with that. They had like 4 different coaches in there that really set the tone, but they were really recruiting our area really well.
Right. Yeah. I mean, Temple, that's probably a reason why Temple has struggled a bit, because they haven't gotten the players out of South Jersey and the Philadelphia area that they did when they were winning. Raquel Armstead in the NFL now, he's a Temple guy a couple of years ago. Temple used to always look at the Temple roster and see 5 or 6 guys from the West Jersey Football League playing, out of the 22 guys that were actually offense, defense on the field. So, yeah, Temple needs to up the recruiting in the South Jersey area. And when you look at Temple, I mean, one of the guys who has been talked about for the job is the Rutgers assistant, Fran Brown. And Fran Brown, an assistant at Rutgers, was an assistant at Temple. He is a big-time South Jersey recruiter. So you're exactly right there. If Temple's going to be successful, they better be getting players from the West Jersey Football League and the Philadelphia area.
All right, Mike McGarry from the Press of Atlantic City. He joins us now here on the Sports Batch. Let's change over to what's going on in the baseball world. Looks like we're going to have the lockout starting in a couple of hours here, where nothing else can happen. But how about everything that did happen leading up to it?
Right. Yeah, it's hectic, right? And you're seeing the concerning thing that I would have is, and I don't want to hit the panic button here, but it looks like we're going to hit a lockout here with the Phillies really not doing much of anything, and everybody else in the division doing something. The Mets, obviously we've talked about their moves, but the Phillies haven't gotten that middle order of the bat. They haven't gotten that closer. They're still looking for a center fielder. It's concerning. Now things will move quickly once the lockout ends, and I believe it'll end in spring training, and you'll see guys sign, and I'm sure they have sort of oars and water and things ready to go. But boy, it doesn't make you feel, not going to make for a great Christmas if you're a Phillies fan, with what they did so far in free agency, which is really not much of anything.
No, I guess the one silver lining is that, there are a lot of options of guys that you're still interested in that haven't signed anywhere yet. So once this lockout is lifted, you still will have carte blanche of guys that you're interested in. Chris Bryant, I guess Schwarber, none of those guys have signed anywhere.
Yeah, those guys, but you would feel better if you had at least one of those guys in your back pocket heading into the lockout and heading into the holiday season. You really haven't addressed any of the major questions that you've had. Now you're right, none of those guys have signed, and after it's over, they're still going to be out there, and there's going to be a mad rush, and there's going to be plenty of time to improve the team. So I'm not going to hit the panic button yet, but you look at a lot of other teams were able to get stuff done before the lockout. Why weren't the Phillies? Would be the question I would ask.
All right, Mike McGarry, I want to go to basketball because tonight the Sixers play the Celtics. There was a time where people like you against people like me would say, look at the Celtics. They didn't have to lose. The Celtics are in no better spot than they were 5 years ago, 6 years ago. So we don't like what the Sixers did. We don't like what the Celtics did. Is there a right way to do it? Because the Celtics are stuck in mediocrity still.
Well, I would agree with you on one aspect that both the Sixers and the Celtics come into tonight's game with 11-10 records, stuck in mediocrity. I would disagree with you the fact that the Celtics from 17 to 20, 3 of those 4 years, they went to the Eastern Conference Final. So that's a pretty good run. I mean, they didn't make it to the final, but they went to the Eastern Conference Final 3 of those 4 years. I would agree with you right now that both the Celtics and the Sixers are teams kind of searching for an identity. I think both have a lot of pieces. Obviously, the Celtics with Tatum and Brown, the Sixers with Embiid. But I think you're looking at both two teams that need to start getting on a hot streak here. We're about a quarter of the way through the season, and both these teams are one game over 500 in a crowded Eastern Conference right now. If you look at it, these teams need to start winning and get on a little bit of a streak here, or they might, they might be looking at a first-round series on the road.
Yeah, well, the Sixers had a lot of, I don't know, Celtics, the Sixers had a lot of COVID issues. Embiid missed 9 games.
Right.
They got all that. The Celtics, I always contended back when we would have these discussions, is they were the top seed. They were in the finals, but no one ever believed in them. And here they are kind of stuck with the pieces of we never got that player that could get us from where we are to where we need to be. And I don't know how they get that player now. They're kind of stuck in this situation where how do they get that player that gets them from where they are to the next level?
They kind of did. I agree that they overachieved some of those years, especially the Isaiah Thomas year, but I still don't think you can undersell, 3 Eastern Conference Final appearances in 4 years. And the flip side of it is, sometimes you got to do what the Dallas Mavericks did, right? With Nowitzki in 2011 or whatever is when they won. Sometimes you got to be good every year and be solid every year and put yourself in position where if the breaks fall your way, much like for the Milwaukee Bucks last year, a lot of things fell their way. A lot of guys got hurt. They were able to go win a championship. You got to be prepared for the breaks to fall your way. And that might be a position where that the Sixers are in now. Maybe you win around 49, 50 games. You have Embiid, and then if things fall your way, you can get a shot at that championship, basically.
Well,
but they got to start with. I know they had COVID issues, but they got to start winning. It's time for the Sixers to put it in gear a little bit and rip off a couple of wins in a row here.
Well, I think you're right about that in terms of they need to start finding out their identity, who they are, this post-Simmons team. That's still looming over them as well. I think that's another problem, that they don't really know who they are post-Simmons.
Well, they don't know who exactly. They don't know what kind of team, if they do trade Simmons, who's coming in and what kind of team they will be. But again, my point is that these situations got to be resolved a little bit. I think the Simmons situation will be resolved the end of December, January, after that December 15th. Where more NBA guys can get traded. But I think the Sixers need to start playing with a sense of urgency, which we haven't seen. I mean, the game against Minnesota was tremendously entertaining. I was there myself. It was a great game, but it was a double overtime loss. And the Sixers didn't exactly come out on Monday night like a house of fire against the Orlando Magic. I think Doc Rivers said they played 6 good minutes. I would like to see the Sixers start playing better, and start playing better now. I think now is the time where they got to start winning.
Okay, these two teams, they took very different paths. Here they are. They have the same record. They're playing tonight. Who's in a better position as an organization, Philly or Boston?
I'm half a dozen one, 6 the other. I mean, the Sixers have Embiid, the Celtics have Tatum and Brown. So, and both have multiple questions around those guys, and both face situations where the Sixers are going to have to trade Simmons to improve. The Celtics could be in a position where they might have to trade Jaylen Brown and get Tatum, that guy who can put him over the top. So right now they're both sort of stuck in that middle, and it shows in the records, 11-10. They are what their record says they are right now.
So don't tank. Don't do it the conventional way. Got to figure out a third way to do it.
Well, I can't undersell the Celtics going to 3 Eastern finals in 4 years.
It's only about winning titles, Mike. It's either win a title or
years,
tank. That's all the fans want. They either want to win a title or tank.
In the NBA, and they were one of the 3 or 4 years. I mean, that counts for something.
It's either win the title or tank. They're the only two things you can do in sports today.
Yeah, I don't go down that road. So,
Mike McGarry, press of Atlantic City at AC Press McGarry. He's back on Friday. Thanks, Mike.
All right, we'll see you later. Thanks.
All right, there's Mike McGarry. He's brought to you by Calvi Electric Company, offering residential services for your home or business. Visit them online, calvielectric.com. That's what it is for fans. It's either win the title or tank. That's what the society has told us. Nobody wants to just be in the Eastern Conference Finals. That's not acceptably good. You got to win the title or you got to tank. They're the only two options. Which side are you on? Win the title or tank? Of course, everybody's going to want to win the title. If I told you the Eagles got to the NFC Championship game, but they lost, would you rather that or lose and get a better draft pick? That's what I want to try to find out. Scott Lauber joins me in 25 minutes. NFC Championship game and lose or better draft pick? Text me right now, 609-403-0973, 609-403-0973. It's a social experiment. We're back with more Sports Bash. All right, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. So I asked the poll question over at 973 ESPN on Twitter. Jump on Twitter and vote in the poll question if you would be so kind. It's a social experiment question. All right? Would you rather make the NFC Championship game and lose or get a better draft pick? We just talked about this with Mike. Who's in a better spot right now, the Sixers or the Celtics? The Sixers obviously tanked for a couple of seasons. They landed Joel Embiid, Ben Simmons. Here's this team that was perpetually stuck in the middle. They end up becoming, one of the top couple teams in the NBA, but they haven't gotten to an NBA Eastern Conference Finals yet, and they haven't been to a finals yet. The Celtics, on the other hand, had been to a couple of Eastern Conference Finals, but that is the pinnacle for them. They are now kind of stuck perpetually in this middle ground, and they can't get out of the middle situation. So when you take a look at the sports world, I said, well, people either want to win the championship, right? They want to win the championship, or they want to be bad and they want to tank. There is like no middle ground anymore. Nobody is happy in football being the 11-6 team and going to the playoffs and then getting knocked out. In the end, they say, well, we should have just lost and got a better draft pick. That is kind of the direction that the sports fan has kind of taken itself. So vote over at 973 ESPN. Would you rather make the NFC Championship game, and you probably, I said, and you lose. But are you okay saying, look, we won 2 playoff games. We went to the NFC Championship game. We lost. Or at the end of the day, do you say, you know what, I don't care if I made the NFC Championship game. I would have rather not got to the NFC Championship game, and I would rather have been a team that did not win, and I would rather lose. Because I think a lot of people are at the point in sports, like, what are they doing in sports right now? We are trying to find ways to really reinvigorate regular seasons. The monotony of an 82-game season is just so long that the NBA and the NHL and 162 in baseball, I mean, what is baseball talking about today? They want to kind of restructure their playoff. They're saying the 162 games is so long that people just kind of lose interest in our season, and it really has minimized what the regular season means. Now, in the end, it doesn't minimize anything. You still have to win a game. There's a game in July that, oh my God, we blew an 8-run lead, and now you're in September and you're trailing your division by 1 game. It's just that people don't have the attention spans to kind of encapsulate all that. So everything comes down to the moment. That game in July, no one remembers. It's the moment you're in right now. So all these leagues are trying to figure out, for all of eternity, 162, 154, whatever it was, the number, that's what it was. We played these games. Well, now they're trying to find ways to reinvigorate regular seasons. They're trying to find ways to reinvigorate basketball. Oh, let's do a play-in tournament. Let's do an in-season tournament. Because all of these things are kind of substituting for the fact that a lot of fans, the 82-game grind, they're just like, I'm not interested. What are Sixers fans last year? I'll believe in you when I see it in the playoffs. This 82 game, we're in first place. The Sixers were in first place. They were the number 1 seed. And it was, I don't care. Whatever. I'll wait till I get to the playoffs. So that's kind of where we're like, as a sports fan, we talk about the bubble bursting. As a sports fan, has the bubble bursted on traditional sports in terms of the setups and where they are and how they kind of fit into society?
Well, I think part of the thing that has to be asked is, there's a difference between the diehard fan and the intermediate or casual fan. It's like, for example, I'm not using this as an example to call somebody out, but I'm using it as a specific analogy. So somebody texted last night when game night was done saying, where's the UFC talk? Okay. And I didn't reply back to the person, but here's the reason why. Because the intermediate fan doesn't care about UFC Fight Night 79. They care when the belt is on the line.
Mm-hmm.
And the same thing happens in regular sports, the team sports. The regular fan, unless they are financially invested, like through betting or fantasy sports, or they're a real diehard fan, like they watch every game of a sport or of a team, they don't care unless there's something on the
When
line.
did that happen, though? That's my question. When did it happen? Like this guy says, Mike, not a fair question. But if I know they are definitely losing, then I want the draft pick. But if you're giving them a shot, no matter how slim, I'll take playoff football. But getting to the championship game, whether you won or lost that game, used to mean something. It was that you had a successful season, and we were on the precipice of being that next champion. And this guy's saying, well, if I know I'm going to lose that game, I'd rather just take the draft pick.
Well, here's my problem with what that guy's saying, because that's the same guy who says that Howie Roseman's an imbecile and he can't draft anybody. So do you really want the draft pick?
Well,
or do you want to win?
That is the dog perpetually chasing his tail around.
Because
we go through this all the time. Well, if the teams in the East, if the Eagles make the NFC Championship game this year,
right,
fans are going to have to give Roseman credit, and they don't want to do that.
Right.
If they don't make it, it's I don't want this guy making the pick. So it's this perpetual, I'm the dog chasing my tail. This team has exceeded my expectations, but I don't want to give the guy credit who helped them exceed expectations. I want him out, so I would prefer them to lose rather than make the playoffs.
Like, we got into a discussion last night, me and the listeners, because the topic of Markelle Fultz came up. And
where?
On game night last night.
Okay.
And I was having a back and forth with some of the people through the text board and through the YouTube stream. And part of the conversation was that, someone mentioned, well, Fultz is the biggest bust. And I said, but he's not. He's not the worst, miss in the draft. Greg Oden was picked over Kevin Durant, right? Kwame Brown was a massive bust. 2 picks later was Pau Gasol. In the same draft that they took Michael Olowokandi, the 5th pick was Vince Carter. But because recency bias, we assume...
Not even recency bias. That's more locally biased.
Well, that too. But the point is that,
it affected my team, so therefore the impact is greater.
But just because you have a high pick doesn't guarantee anything if you draft the wrong guy. So is the draft pick really that valuable? Because basically at that point, aren't you playing roulette?
Well, I don't have the problem with the guy making the pick as much as most people do. I mean, if he had a 0% hit rate, I would have a problem. He has about the same hit rate as most people out there. Is it 75% and the next guy is at 60? Of course not. Is he at 40% and the best guy is at 70%? No. So I go into the draft with a rational mind. I know that you're going to hit some and you're going to miss some.
Mm-hmm.
The Eagles missed on J.J. Arcega-Whiteside. He wasn't a first-round pick. We forget about that. We act like J.J. Arcega-Whiteside was pick 10 and that they completely biffed on him.
Right.
He was a second-round pick. Like, get a grip, people. You're going to miss in the second round. Jalen Reagor is a miss. There's no two ways to slice it. He also was picked 21.
Right.
It's not like he was a top 10 guy and you were like, my God, how did you miss on this guy? He was a 21st pick. Like, you're at the back end of the draft. That's what's going to happen. You're going to have guys miss. Now, in other avenues, they got Dallas Goedert at the top of the second round. That's a really good pick. That guy's turned out to be a really good player. They got Zach Ertz at the top of the second round. He was the best tight end in the history of the franchise.
By the way, they also traded up for Dallas Goedert.
Ertz and Goddard are two guys. Ertz is the greatest tight end you ever had, and Goddard might surpass him. Who drafted those guys? So you hit on two guys. They hit on Lane Johnson. He's the best right tackle the organization has ever had. They found Jason Kelce in the 6th round. That's a score. They got Jordan Mailata in the 7th round. I mean, for someone to find a guy in the 7th round, shake the man's hand. Holy mackerel. He might be an all-pro. They got Isaac Seumalo in the 4th round. That's a really good find. They got Driscoll, an undrafted guy. They've got Dickerson in the 2nd round. That's a really good pick. You know, there are guys. Josh Sweat, is he Reggie White? No. But in the 4th round to get a guy who has perpetually been a pretty good player, a 4th round pick, I think you're getting pretty good value out of him in the 4th round. I'm trying to think. Brandon Graham was drafted, I think, in 2010.
It's 2010 or
So
2011.
I mean, I would imagine that is more of a Reed pick. Fletcher Cox, 2012. They got him at pick 12. Turned out to be a pretty good pick for them. They don't always miss. You can't go into a draft and say, well, I don't like the guy drafting, and then not realize that they actually made good picks along the way. You don't win a Super Bowl, okay? You don't win the Super Bowl if you just have a perpetually poor person running your organization. What team has won a Super Bowl where you were like, oh my God, they're so poorly run? To get to a Super Bowl and win it, you have to be run in a fashion that you don't just ass backwards yourself into winning a Super Bowl, right?
Brandon Graham was 2010, yes.
2010. So I would imagine that was more of a Reed pick.
That was a Reed pick.
I would think Fletcher Cox is probably more of a Reed pick too.
Yeah, I mean, most people believe that the 2012 draft was the first Howie draft.
Well, then that's Fletcher Cox. He was in 2012, right?
No, double checking.
Fletcher Cox, I believe, was 2012 because I think this is his 10th season right now. So I think he would be in the 2012 draft. I think he was the 12th pick, if memory serves me.
Yes, he was 2012.
Right. I think he was the 12th pick.
Yes.
Okay. So
12 and 12.
Yeah. So look, you're not a good organization. You're not all of a sudden just you don't win the Super Bowl. Like, go back and look at the Super Bowl winners. What do they all have in common, right? They're all well-run organizations. Do they always hit? No. They don't always hit. But if you're in that NFC Championship game, and even if you lose, that means your organization is probably in the right direction. It's probably moving in the right direction. You go back and look at these champions. Tampa Bay won last year. Why? They're really well run right now. You know who runs them? A guy who came from
Philadelphia?
Correct. Jason Light was a assistant of Howie Roseman.
That's correct.
Kansas City, they're a really good organization right now. Who runs them? Andy Reid, a guy who came from
Philadelphia.
There you go.
By the way, his GM also, when he was here,
Brett Veach, yes, a Philadelphia guy. There's a reason that other organizations come to the Eagles to get their guys.
Right.
How many former Eagle guys are now GMs other places or have been hired to be GMs other places?
A lot more than people want to admit.
Yes, exactly. Light, the guy who, now he didn't do a good job, Grigson in Indianapolis.
No.
But he was hired because people valued him being a part of this Philadelphia Eagles organization.
Correct. And by the way, this happens around the entire league. You know, guys who come from good organizations get hired. That's how the business works. If your organization is garbage, nobody wants your guy.
Well, that's the reason why the Eagles get their front office cherry-picked all the time. I mean, there's a lot of guys that are not coming to the top of my mind right now that are former Eagles guys. Who's the guy in Cleveland?
Oh,
Andrew Berry came from Philadelphia.
Yeah.
Grigson was in Indianapolis, came from Philadelphia. Brett Veach was in Philadelphia. Andy Reid, Philadelphia. Jason Light, Philadelphia. Those are all successful organizations that are saying what the Eagles are doing, we want. Whatever you're doing, we want.
Right. You know who never gets hired?
Oh, by the way,
people from
Joe
Jacksonville.
Douglas.
Well, he was with the Eagles before that he was with Baltimore.
I'm saying, but he got hired to be the GM
after what he
did with Philadelphia.
Right. No one hires people from Jacksonville or the Houston Texans or the Arizona Cardinals. You know why? Because nobody cares about them. As simple as that.
Well, and those places don't have a run of success.
They don't have success.
Exactly. They don't have any track record of success to say, hey, we want to go to, by the way, Sporting News did their general manager rankings this year in 2021 for this season. It was done in August. Number one on the list was Jason Light, Tampa Bay. He came from where? Philadelphia. Number two is Brett Veach, Kansas City. Another guy.
From Philadelphia.
Brandon Beane, Bills. Eric DeCosta, Rams. John Lynch, 49ers. Andrew Berry, Browns. Number 6, came from Philadelphia.
Right.
Your answer's supposed to be Philadelphia when I
Sorry, I was a little delayed there.
Right. Belichick, Mickey Loomis. Mickey Loomis is your classic Howie Roseman kind of guy.
Well, Mickey Loomis also is a guy who, you know why he has a job? Because the owner likes him, just like Howie Roseman.
Right. He's been there forever. The owner trusts him. He feels comfortable that the team is never going to go through a long
period of just
losing. Right. We
Even
might
though
not be
they went
good every
7-9
single
for like
year.
2-3 years.
Right. We might not be very good every single year, but we're constantly going to be in the mix. Now, Roseman is ranked 23rd on the list this year. He was 7 the year before. So he went from 7 down to 23. Joe Douglas, by the way, was 32, dead last, and now he's up to 24.
Right. And part of the problem with Douglas was just because, you know, when he had to go in and clean up a mess first in New York before he could actually do anything.
This is what it says about Roseman. Speaking of roller coasters, no long-term young GM has fluctuated more on this list than Roseman. Still only 46. Do you realize Roseman's 46 years old?
That in of itself is wild.
Wild. Roseman has been chasing the ultimate high of being named the NFL Executive of the Year in 2017 for Philadelphia's Super Bowl run. It looked like the Eagles would remain a contender in the NFC armed with Carson Wentz, but that didn't materialize as the new offensive issues developed quickly and defense faced sudden key holes behind its strong front four. Without Wentz or Doug Peterson, Roseman has been called upon to dig deep for answers, hoping Jalen Hurts is the biggest one. So he moved from the number 7 ranking to the number 23 ranking on this list. And there's another Eagle guy, which is Joe Douglas. He's ranked number 24 on the list. And number 32, by the way, is Nick Caserio from the Texans, who was with New England.
Correct.
Those New England guys don't seem to work out.
Well, the weird thing with New England is that after Scott Pioli left, there was this huge power vacuum in the front office in New England. Nobody really knew who was helping Belichick.
Well, Belichick is like the Andy Reid, where he has a GM, but he really does everything.
But there's somebody who helps him with things. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like Andy Reid, we at least knew, okay, Joe Banner, Howie Roseman, Jason Light, Brevy. We knew who was working in the Eagles front office. You know what I mean? We have no idea who's even working for the Patriots.
Mike in Ocean City says, Mike, I'll take the NFC Championship game every time. This means the season was a great time, and I'd rather be entertained all season rather than watch garbage with no guarantee the draft pick works out. Amen to you, man. 609-403-0973. Mike, you play to win the game. Nobody remembers who almost made it except all the talking heads. I would rather have one championship than 5 one and done. I don't know what that really is saying, but it sounds like he would rather go to the championship.
Sounds like he'd rather go to the championship.
You think? Jay from Atlantic City says, if those are my only choices to get to the NFC Championship game, but knowing I'm going to lose or tank for a chance maybe next year, it's really tough because either way, this year you lose. So I guess I would take the rankings for better players next year if I knew I was going to lose anyway. I mean, ultimately, I want to win, so thinking it's only good if your ultimate goal is to win later. Tanking is only good if you want to win later. So he's saying, if I know I'm going to lose the game, I'd rather lose the whole season.
I mean, it's a fair thing if people's perspective is, if you think that your draft pick is going to change your organization, then I agree with you. But the majority of these picks don't.
Especially in football.
Football, it's less about the pick, the one pick, than it is about the whole class.
Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, brought to you by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is open on the Black Horse Pike in Egg Harbor Township next to Home Depot. Visit them online at mattblattnissan.com. Coming up, the Phillies have had draft choices. They haven't helped. Scott Lauber will join me to talk a little bit more about what this offseason might look like with this lockout looming. The Phillies have yet to make a move, but have they improved? We'll discuss next with Scott Lauber from the Philadelphia Inquirer here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN and the free mobile app. 325 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. The Phillies have actually just made a signing. We got the latest details. Perfect timing for Scott Lauber to join me from the Philadelphia Inquirer. The Phillies have signed, I guess he would close, maybe 8th inning, something like that. Corey Knebel from the Dodgers. We'll get the details in just a second for you. But it looks like the Phillies have finally jumped into the free agent pond. Scott, what's going on, man?
Hey, Mike, how are you?
I'm doing well, bud, and I guess it's been a little slow out there, and it might slow down entirely, but maybe Dave Dombrowski is going to try to fit a couple things in before they shut this whole thing down?
Yeah, I mean, look, they've been at work the last little bit here. I know it probably doesn't look that way because they haven't made any moves until just now, but, they've been working on a number of things, both in free agency and in trades, and one thing that I've been reminding people over the last few days while all of these players sign is that most of them do not fit the Phillies' needs. I mean, the Phillies have laid out their needs specifically as a left fielder, a center fielder, and a closer. And until, just the last little bit here, most of the players who come off the board have not fit those positions. We saw Raisel Iglesias, the closer from the Angels, re-sign late last night with the Angels. We see Corey Knebel now sign with the Phillies. I don't know yet what role that's going to be. I have a hard time seeing him as the closer, at least being anointed the closer right now. Maybe he wins that job, or maybe he competes in that role later on. But, he's certainly a guy who can help them in the late innings, and they need a few late inning guys to go along with the closer. So, but most of those sluggers who they're looking at, whether it's Kyle Schwarber or Nicholas Castellanos or even Chris Bryant, they remain unsigned. So there's been some inactivity, I guess, in terms of getting things done. But I do know that they've been working on some things, and I knew as of this morning that they were in talks with Knebel, and it looks like now it's agreed upon. So we'll see if we can find out some of the details.
Yeah, Knebel's interesting. He's a guy who was an opener. He was pitching late in games. I mean, obviously they had a lot of closing options there, with Jansen being the top one. So he didn't do a lot of closing, but he has had some saves. So it'll be interesting to see if the Phillies add him and then can add another arm to the bullpen. That would really change the complexion of their bullpen. And they needed somebody. I know people didn't love Neris, but that's 74 appearances that need to be filled.
Yeah, Neris has struck me for quite some time now as a guy who you're going to miss when he's gone, right? It was very fashionable to kind of express frustration with him on the part of fans. This is not necessarily teammates or coaches or anything who, by all accounts, loved Hector Neris. But yeah, I mean, he was a favorite of fans of saying, what's going on here, and but was a guy who, as you said, took the ball, pitched a lot of innings, important innings, whether it was as a closer or a setup guy. His real role, I think, his best role is a 7th or 8th inning guy, and the Phillies have found that out over the last few years. When they put him into a setup role, they get really his peak performance. And, it was a guy who I always felt like if he didn't wind up re-signing here, it was a guy that people would miss once he was gone. And you mentioned all those innings and how they're going to have to fill them. And, Corey Knebel will help for certain. He's a former closer. He closed for the Brewers for a couple of years there in 2017 and 2018. But he's been injured a lot the last few years. He pitched a total of 25 innings this past year. So, he's still kind of there's still a question mark next to his name in terms of how much can he give them. They obviously think he can give them a full season and remain healthy, and that maybe, the second year back from Tommy John or whatnot is the better year. He had an abdominal injury last year that kept him out for a while with the Dodgers. I know they used him as an opener a bit in the playoffs, probably out of necessity as much as anything else. The Phillies see him as a guy who can slot in late in games, but they're going to want to get a whole lot more than 25 innings out of him next year. So they obviously think he can shoulder that load and help them to do some of the things they need at the back of the bullpen.
Now, Scott, obviously they brought Sir Anthony Dominguez back too. Do you have any idea of his availability? I mean, obviously he has been out for a long time with all sorts of arm problems. Where would they brought him back at obviously a very good rate, and he was a guy they had a lot of high hopes for. Is he a guy that jumps right back into high leverage situations?
Well, they hope so. They think so. He pitched. You remember, he pitched 1 inning in the final game of the season. That was kind of like the final step in his comeback from his long absence. First with the elbow that he was going to try to rehab, and then ultimately he ended up needing surgery and missed the year after Tommy John surgery. So he did make it back for the end of the season. They hope that portends, that he will be ready to go in spring training. He said at the end of the year that he expects to be full go at the end of spring training. His velocity wasn't quite back yet. It was in the mid 90s, where he was an upper 90s guy before he got hurt. That typically is like the last little bit, that you get that comes back. So they're hoping that maybe by spring training he'll be back into the upper 90s again, and they're obviously hopeful that he's a guy who can help them late in games. And they brought him back at the same salary he made this year. You're not going to get a raise when you only make one appearance and pitch 1 inning, but they certainly invested in his rehab, and they've invested in him coming back next year, and they think he'll help. And that's why I say, Dominguez, where health is still a question. Knable, who didn't pitch the whole lot this year in terms of innings, they can't be done here with their bullpen. They're still going to need more once this lockout that everybody expects is going to happen tonight is over. They're going to need to add to that bullpen more than just Corey Knable.
Scott, you mentioned obviously 4 names: Schwarber, Bryant, who was the other 2 guys? Man, they seem like they're interested in almost everybody. Chris Bryant. Of the guys that are still available that they've been linked to, which is the best fit for Castellanos, the best fit for this team and lineup?
Well, it's a great question. And, when I was out at the GM meetings in California a few weeks ago, those meetings tend to occur so early in the offseason that really when you go out there and start talk to general managers, you're trying to read the tea leaves, right? You're trying to figure out where certain teams are headed and which direction and who likes who and all of that. And in talking to Dave Dombrowski, he dropped a few hints in terms of what they were looking for as far as that middle of the order hitter that they never get. He was talking about their preference for not giving up draft picks for a free agent who has a qualifying offer. It's not a non-starter for them. It's not something that would kill a deal, but, if they had their druthers, they wouldn't give up the draft pick. And Castellanos and Michael Conforto are both qualified free agents who would cost you a draft pick. Kyle Schwarber is not. Chris Bryant is not. He mentioned that maybe they have a slight preference for a left-handed hitter over a right-handed hitter. Again, they wouldn't rule out right-handed hitters, but maybe the preference is for a left-handed hitter. Schwarber is a left-handed hitter. A guy like Castellanos bats from the right side. I just kind of looked at it and thought, kind of a lot of the arrows were pointing to Kyle Schwarber, and then you factor in that he has a relationship with Kevin Long, the new hitting coach from last year in Washington. He has a reputation for being a very good teammate and clubhouse guy. The knock on Schwarber, of course, is his defense. But, you wonder if the Phillies, I think one school of thought that they've talked about is maybe compensating for a lack of defense in left field by getting a really good defensive center fielder, and maybe they can trade for someone like Kevin Kiermaier, who is a defense-first player. Maybe that's how they help balance that out. I thought that Schwarber is someone that they're really looking at very, very closely, and obviously he hasn't signed yet. Maybe he's waiting for the new CBA and the universal DH, which would help his market a little bit. But, he's a guy I think they have targeted very much as somebody who can help them either in the middle of the order or even at the top of the order. He had a lot of success in the leadoff spot this past year with the Nationals, and is somebody who can maybe do that a little bit for the Phillies as well.
Now, you mentioned that they think they would need a left-handed batter. Is that something that you agree with? Don't they need I guess they look at Hoskins as that guy, right? I guess maybe they value Hoskins as the guy to hit behind Harper, or would they try to upgrade that right-handed bat behind Harper?
It's hard to say. I mean, they've talked about getting another hitter for the middle of the order. Now, whether that's the bat directly behind Harper, whether that's, to bat fifth, whether that's the bat, maybe you slide Harper up. I know Harper likes to bat third. Maybe he could bat second and you have somebody slot in behind him, and then you bring in a guy who can bat cleanup. There are a lot of ways they could go there, but they look at some composition of the middle of their order as Harper, Hoskins, and they would like to get another big bat so that you could maybe slide Real Muto either up or down a little bit. He profiles less as a 4 or 5 hitter than he does maybe as a 2 hitter or a 6 hitter, somewhere in that range. So I don't quite know if if they've penciled it in yet as like the guy to bat behind Harper per se, or, Hoskins can certainly do that against lefties. He hits lefties really, really well. And when he was out last year, I think maybe, after he got hurt and was out for the rest of the season, I think maybe a lot of people in and out of the organization gained a bit of a new appreciation for how important he is to the whole mix. But, they are certainly looking for somebody else to put in the middle there with Harper, Hoskins, if Gregorius ends up being the shortstop, he's going to have to hit somewhere in that, 3 to 7 range. So they are looking to upgrade the middle, the heart of that order.
Yeah, that would be something to keep an eye on. And as you kind of mentioned, they haven't done much here, but they have a opportunity, I guess, after this lockout to really jump in with 2 feet. And I guess the question I have for you is, do you anticipate, because a lot of money has been handed out here. I mean, a 10-year, $325 million deal to Seager in Texas, the 130 deal for 3 years for Scherzer. It felt like everybody was like, hey, let's spend some money now, then we're going to hit the pause. Do you think that it will kind of renormalize itself and that waiting might be the better way to go?
Well, I mean, I think that they would have moved very quickly the way a lot of other teams did if some of the players that they were interested in moving very quickly. So, I don't think that they were going to sit by and sort of twiddle their thumbs if, the Schwarbers and the Castellanoses and the Confortos and the Bryants were flying off the shelf. The fact that none of them moved means the Phillies could maybe sort of, it takes 2 to tango, right? So even if the Phillies were ready to go and those guys didn't want to sign, Max Scherzer said something interesting today. He did his introductory press conference with the Mets. He is a member of the players' executive subcommittee that is negotiating the CBA right now outside of Dallas. And so he was on site there. And he was sort of saying that to him and to a lot of free agents this year, it was important to kind of get something locked in before a potential work stoppage, a potential lockout, because they wanted to know that they were signed and ready to go. Not every player felt that way. I think some players feel like there will be time whenever this lockout presumably ends. If it's, assuming it starts midnight tonight, when it presumably ends and there's a new CBA, there will be time between that and the beginning of spring training for the remaining free agents to sign. So, like I said, a guy like Schwarber, he might be, the advice he might be receiving from his agent is, wait and see. You're a guy who's, a lot more, you may have a much bigger market if there's a universal DH and it doubles the number of teams that can possibly be interested in you. And then, other players may have reasons for why they don't mind waiting around. So I just think it's a matter of the Phillies moving along with the markets that they were involved in. And, they obviously felt that Knebel was a guy they wanted to add to their bullpen. He was ready to move right now. They liked him. They decided to go ahead and do this. Maybe there are other relievers out there who wanted to take longer. I think trades, we've seen a couple of them go down here prior to this work stoppage, but I think there's going to be a lot more once it's over and teams can focus on that a little bit more. So, and I do think that they're going to dip into the trade market to fill some of these needs too. So I just think it's reacting to who's ready to move and when they're ready to move.
Scott, I'll leave you with this. The Braves are going to get, obviously, Acuna back. We'll see what happens with Freeman. I would be pretty stunned if he left. The Mets, Marte, Scherzer, they're going to get, obviously, DeGrom back. Are the Phillies, even with making a move here, do they still have multiple moves they have to make now? And the Marlins, by the way, are starting to say, hey, we want to be a real player. Are the Phillies actually falling further from the pack?
Well, I think it's too early to say that. I mean, yeah, I guess as we sit here right now on December the 1st, they are. In the sense that the Mets just bought themselves a leadoff hitting center fielder and another ace pitcher, and they've spent a lot of money, and they've improved themselves and made themselves deeper and better, and the Phillies have not done that yet. So, look, to answer the first part of your question, yeah, they absolutely have other moves to make whenever they're able to do that. They have a long list of needs, and so far they've only filled one of them. Well, and only a partial. They've only partially filled it at that. They got Knebel. They still need more help for that bullpen. They still need a left fielder. They still need a center fielder. So they have a lot of moves to still be made, and they are very much still a work. Their roster is still very much a work in progress. So you ask me if they've fallen behind. Sure, they have, but they're not at the finish line yet either. So I expect the roster is going to look a lot different when the season opens, whether that's March 31st in Houston as scheduled, or if it takes a little longer than that. We'll see.
All right, Scott Lauber from the Philadelphia Inquirer. The Phillies signed reliever Corey Knebel just moments before Scott jumped on board. He'll be one of the bullpen arms, you would imagine, back into that bullpen. And 39 saves with the Brewers back in 2017. He did have a lot of injury issues, including last year with the Dodgers. And, of course, looking at like a lockout looming starting tonight, so we won't hear any baseball news. I don't know. What are you talking about? Spring training time? Do you think we'll be out of commission until like February, March?
We will see. That's going to be the big question now. The CBA expires at 11:59 tonight. The owners could move to lock the players out at midnight, and really all of that is at this point is a negotiating tactic, because they're not going to lose any games. Players don't get their next paycheck until the season starts, so the players aren't losing any money. It's designed to kind of bring everybody to the table with a little bit more urgency and to try to knock this out and hammer this out. And maybe it's designed to put a little pressure on the players too. It's very difficult to keep a union of 1,200 players together and unified, and the owners are going to want to splinter that if they can. So, it's going to stink because the hot stove season will be frozen. There won't be any free agent signings or trades. And it could drag on for a while. I mean, I don't expect it's going to be like a 2-day thing, and then all of a sudden they hammer this out. So we could be talking about it in January and saying, like, when are they going to get a deal done? But I don't think either side wants to, pull the grenade on this thing and lose spring training or lose games or whatnot. So my hope is that, as somebody who covers the sport and, began as sort of a fan of the sport, my hope is that, that they get down to business and get this thing hammered out sooner than later. But my fear is that it's going to take a little while.
I know, Scott. I got to book my trip. Am I booking a trip? Am I going to see games, or am I just going to Clearwater for the hell of it?
Check back, Mike. I know you'd love to go down there. I would put it this way. If you're going early, like if you're going in February, make those tickets refundable just in case.
Scott Lauber from the Inquirer, kind enough to join us when the Phillies make a move. So, Scott, we appreciate the time, man.
Sure, Mike, anytime.
That's Scott Lauber, right-handed reliever Corey Knebel. He signs with the Phillies and don't have the whole details of that deal yet. We'll see if the money ends up coming out. But he's a guy who is really going to be interesting to see where he fits in at spring training. Do they look at him? Well, we'll really have to find out what else they do around him. That is the big thing with him. He could close. He closed for the Brewers a couple of years ago. The problem is he's been hurt a lot. So the Phillies are going back down a road where a guy's had a sketchy injury history. That's why I want to see what the money is. We got to find out how much they paid him, and that should tell us what they think of him. Right? If he's getting like $8.5 million, they're looking at him like the Astros looked at Neris, but they didn't want to sign Neris to that type of money. So I would imagine he's getting less than that. But if he's getting around $8.5 to $10 million, I would think the Phillies are looking at him as a closer in that instance. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Thanks to Scott Lauber jumping on board with us. Phillies signed reliever Corey Knebel. How's that bullpen look now? You got Sir Anthony Dominguez coming off major injuries, and Corey Knebel, who's been a guy who's had some injury histories. I got the Eagles injury report, and that's coming up next. Stick around. Some interesting names on the list. Don't go away. So the Phillies make a move today. You can get more details on our website, 973ESPN.com, or sign up for the free mobile app. You get app alerts whenever the teams make moves. Phillies free agency. Hot stove, hot today, but going to be turned off by the end of the day because there'll be a lockout, as Scott mentioned. If you're going to Phillies spring training, looks like that's going to be compromised potentially as well. I do have the injury report for the Philadelphia Eagles, and there's a lot of names on the list. Are you ready? Brace yourself because there's a bunch of them here who are going to be compromised potentially for the game on Sunday. That would be Jordan Howard with the knee, DNP. Boston Scott, Devontae Smith, both did not practice with an illness. Derek Barnett was limited with ribs. TJ Edwards, Jalen Hurts, Lane Johnson, Miles Sanders, Josh Sweat. They were all limited participation. Now, Hurts did say today that he was going to play on Sunday. So take that for what it's worth. He says he's going to play. That being said, Nick Sirianni wasn't as forthcoming. He said, we're hopeful. We're feeling good. He's feeling better every day. We're excited that we're going to have him out there at walkthrough today. So really hopeful for him. The follow-up question was, is he going to practice today? Yes, he'll be out there at walkthrough. He'll be taking reps at the walkthrough. None of that really said, hey, he's going to be the starting quarterback on Sunday. That being said, not trying to start any quarterback competition here, the question was asked, do you have anything to adjust from a typical week with a contingency with Gardner Minshew? Sirianni said, every week you have a contingency. Every week you go in there with a backup plan. Hey, what is the backup quarterback like? You don't want to think about those scenarios, but you have to. You have to put yourself in those scenarios. There's something we talk about each week at every position. What are you going to do with this guy? What happens if this guy goes down? What happens if that guy goes down? What happens if blah, blah, blah? Will Jalen take every rep this week? He says, I don't know. That's going to have to play itself out. We'll see how that goes. But when he's not in there, Gardner will be in there.
Mike, what about the balancing act between not wanting to bring a guy back before he's fully ready, knowing that next week is the bye week, you have the opportunity to extend the healing? Like, for example, we know Brandon Brooks is not going to come back before the bye week.
Here's the balancing act that I have for you. I'll ask this question to you and the people out there. If Jalen Hurts is not 100% and he's unable to do what makes him Jalen Hurts, which is use his legs, is he a good enough passer that you can take out that aspect of his game and say, we're starting you and you give us the best chance to win?
I don't know if I trust Nick Sirianni to call a game if Jalen Hurts is not at his best.
Right. So
it's not that I don't trust Hurts. I don't trust the play caller.
Right. But I'm saying if your play caller is saying my quarterback is compromised and what has made him the best version is he can do stuff with his arm and his legs. Well, his legs are now being taken out of the equation, and I have to ask him to be a passer if we're going to throw the ball. It's crazy to say, but is this a locker room politics type of thing that says I have to start my starting quarterback? Or do you say, look, what makes you our starting quarterback is that you're a dual threat, and you can't be a dual threat. You're not 100%. I can't play you this week.
Now, the thing is that we know that he was limited at practice. They had the LP next to him. So I'm assuming that means
he says he's going to play.
That this is a lower ankle, not a high ankle. We know the high ankle is much more serious for these guys. So I'm assuming that through rehab and everything, he should be able to go. But I am curious about some of the other guys on the list because Jordan Howard was already missing time with a knee. Boston Scott with an illness, which is not COVID related. So is this something where the running back situation becomes precarious?
That remains to be seen down the line. You got all three guys on the list, Sanders, Howard, and Boston Scott. I would imagine that the illness guys are going to be ready to go. The Scott thing, Howard thing, he didn't play last week.
Right, knee.
So you got to see where he's at. And then the Sanders, he didn't play late in the game. Was it because of the ankle or was it because he got benched?
Good question.
We'll ask Geoff Mosher coming up next. Football at 4 here on the Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, and the free mobile app. Download the app in the Apple Store or Google Play. If you have the app, you're going to find out right now who the Phillies just landed in free agency. We just blasted that out to our app subscribers, you've got the latest information on the Phillies. They signed a free agent pitcher. Download the app and get the details in the Apple Store or Google Play. I am Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash, and coming up in about 25 minutes, it's my NFL Fine Five, Ugly Five, five best, five worst teams in the NFL after 12 weeks. Football at Four is powered by the Inside the Birds podcast. It's brought to you locally by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destination all season long. Wild, Wild West, Tropicana, Harrah's Resort, Atlantic City. Book your game day experience today, Caesars.com. By the way, it looks like a 1-year, $10 million deal for Corey Knuble, and it's that murkies my thought of what they might use it for. 1 year, $10 million. I mean, he would likely be a closer for that money, but I don't know. 1 year deal makes it a little more kind of hazy on what they would do with him. It was, 8.5 for 3. It's like, all right, you could be a setup man, but 1 year, 10. That tells me you're pitching in the back end of the bullpen, and we have some high expectations for you. All right, let's bring Geoff Mosher into the conversation on the Eagles as they get ready for the Jets this weekend. And obviously, their injury report just came out today, and some interesting things on that list. Geoff Mosher, what is going down, my man? Did you get me there? I do not hear you. You are on mute.
Sometimes I'm just learning this. Sometimes you have to hit this strange button called unmute. It's crazy. Yeah. What a world we live in.
Who sung that song? Talk Show on Mute.
I don't know that one.
Was that Incubus? Did they have the song called Talk Show on Mute? I think
if they did, they were ahead of their time. I got to give them that credit.
There we go. Yes. Incubus knew that they were going to have streaming live video shows, and that the guy on the other end might hit the mute button. All right, Geoff Mosher. By the way, do you have a thought on Corey Knuble?
Yeah, you hit it on the head. I knew obviously they were interested in him. You just wondered, was it as a back end guy or a closer? A year, $10 million suggests closer. But I also think it means optionality. I mean, ninth setup guys are really important, especially good ones, and great teams will spend money on setup guys. So in the event that the rare event that one of these Phillies relievers, like a Sir Anthony Dominguez, maybe just comes into his own and is, a guy that you have to have as your closer because he's so good, then Knuble can handle the setup roles. But yeah, the money screams closer.
Yeah, he was a closer in Milwaukee. He had 39 saves a couple of years ago, 2017. But ever since that year, he has been kind of injured, so he hasn't been able to relive that 2017 glory. All right, let's just
hope he works out better than David Robertson did.
Yeah, a lot of these guys. It feels like the Phillies keep going down the path of, hey, let me try to get an injured guy and get him on the scrap heap or cheap. This isn't cheap, though. But this is a 1 year deal. That's why it's a little interesting to me, like the fact that they did the 1 year thing. All right, so I want to look at the Eagles and the situation going on over there. Do we have any clarity in your mind at the quarterback position this weekend? It sounds like Hurts is saying, I'm going to be playing. It doesn't sound like his head coach is willing to go the extra mile just yet.
That's a good assessment of it. And, as we sit here today and you try to read the tea leaves, it feels like Hurts is going to play. I mean, he's the type of guy who I think he understands the situation he's in. I think he'd want to play anyway, but you can't be sitting at a time like this. So if he's able to play and he gets medical clearance, he's gonna play. And of course the team wants him to play. So if he gets the medical clearance, and obviously they'll learn more about how much he can do when they have a real practice tomorrow and Friday, they'll learn a little bit more. But the fact that Nick Sirianni is even talking about having a backup ready and having Gardner Minshew there on Tuesday on a day off means that obviously the ankle is not perfect and it's something that could flare up, right? You know how ankles work, and it could very well be that Jalen Hurts starts the game, but with the amount of running that he does, re-injures or aggravates. You saw what happened to Miles Sanders, and that they need Gardner Minshew to be a little bit more prepared than he would ordinarily be in a normal week.
Okay, then that brings up another set of questions here. After Hurts hurt his ankle in the game against the Giants, now I don't know what play it happened on, but I went back and looked through the play-by-play. He did not have a carry the entire second half. So I would assume at some point in the first half, maybe he got injured. He did not run the ball again at all. He had no carry. So if he can't run effectively, is he the best option to play in the game on Sunday? Even if I can play, but I'm not 100%, and I'm probably not going to be able to run, then what?
So it's funny because you said this opens up a lot of questions. And then so your question, I think, opens up to a lot of questions in that is the team more concerned about winning this game as they try to get a playoff berth, or is it more concerned about evaluating Jalen Hurts as a full quarterback, not just as someone who also runs the ball really
That's a
well?
great point.
I don't know the answer to that question. Nobody really does outside of the people inside the NovaCare complex. I imagine that they want to be able to play Jalen Hurts even if he's a little bit nicked up, because they're committed to playing him this year and giving him every opportunity. And they've played other guys who are quote unquote being evaluated, or even just, in general, they're starters, even with those guys nursing injuries. And so if they feel like he's available to play and play at even at an 85% level, then yeah, I think they're going to play him. Now, will they design an offense heavily predicated on quarterback runs like they've been doing? Probably not. And that might impact how good of a player he is. But they have to find, in my opinion now, they have to find that out. That's not, this is the Jets we're talking about, not the Tampa Bay Bucks or anything like that. So he still should be able to go out there and make throws that quarterbacks are asked to make. So to me, I'm looking at it like if he's healthy enough to play and medically cleared to play and wants to play, you play him. It's not an and or situation or an if or situation. Well, he can't run, so it's not worth playing him. If in your mind he's your starter, then you play him if he's available to play.
Yeah, because the question would be, like, is he a good enough passer to justify playing him at quarterback if he is not effectively able to use his legs, other than the locker room politics of he's our starter, Baker Mayfield's out there playing with a dislocated shoulder and he's still playing.
Right.
So I find that to be an interesting dynamic here of, hey, if we can't run the offense with the RPO game and all that stuff, if he's not 100%, he might be able to be out there and play. But if he's not going to be 100%, how effective is he going to be as our quarterback? And you brought up an interesting point. Are they viewing him to evaluate him, or are they now viewing this season to say, we're right there?
Yeah, and I hope that wouldn't be the case, because as we've talked about a lot, yes, while it is great to make the playoffs and everybody wants to make the playoffs, it doesn't do you any good to make the playoffs, lose by 20 points in the first round, but say you were able to get an evaluation of your running game so much that, you ran the ball 85% of the time. That's great. Whoop-de-doo. What does that mean for your future? You got absolutely nothing. So I would still think that you would want to, first of all, it can't be understated here that we might be overthinking a little bit. It's the New York Jets here. I mean, even if Jalen Hurts is a struggling passer, he should be able to connect on passes against this Jets secondary. Again, we're not talking about, one of the elite defenses in the league here where you'd be worried about it. I mean, a good quarterback, a starting quarterback in the NFL, plays through pain and should be able to do well against a defense that's not very good.
Oh, I would agree with you. And this is a team that's very poor against the run, right? They don't stop the run a lick, this team. But they did win last week. They're another interesting part of this whole thing is you're facing this Jets team. You have no idea who's going to play quarterback for them from week to week.
That is actually, that's true. That's true. I wasn't hoping. I was just wondering if we were going to get a Jalen Hurts versus Joe Flacco matchup at one point, like a week or two ago. And it's really fascinating if you watch Jalen Hurts' press conferences and listen to him talk about Joe Flacco, what kind of connection he and Joe had while they were here. I mean, in his press conferences, Jalen doesn't open up a whole lot. He's pretty, he gives you his Alabama isms, like the rent is good do and things like that. But he doesn't give you like long stories a whole lot. But when he talks about Joe Flacco and Flacco's impact on him and the whole quarterback room, he goes on and on. It's really interesting the kind of relationship that they were able to form while Joe was here. But it doesn't look like Joe's going to play. It looks like it will be Zach Wilson. And so, we'll see. Because what's interesting about that was that if you remember at the time that the Eagles traded with Miami in the draft, I believe there was a report from Chris Mortensen saying now that it's pretty apparent that the Jets are definitely taking Zach Wilson number 2, the Eagles felt comfortable moving out of whatever the 6th slot that they were in or at the time. And so and we do know that 2 Eagles were coaching staff, front office were at, I think just coaching staff and scouting staff were at Zach Wilson's workout. So that's a little bit of an interesting subplot to the game.
It really is. I'm reading through today's press conference with Sirianni,
Mhm.
And boy, oh boy, I mean, he just got asked 6 ways to Sunday whether or not Hurts was going to play. What's the injury? It's an ankle. Well, what exactly is it? It's a sprain. I mean,
Yeah.
the way he was answering this really makes it sound like as if there's some doubt in his mind whether this guy can play, and he just doesn't want to give up the info.
Yeah, no, I think he definitely left people there with the impression that until they see him on the football field in practice, in a real practice, not a walkthrough, it's hard to really determine what he can and can't do. It's not only just that he didn't run, but sometimes after a game, sometimes you can finish a game on adrenaline. Remember, Donovan McNabb played on a broken foot or ankle once against Arizona, right? Threw 4 touchdowns.
Yeah.
And then the next day you wake up and your ankle is the size of like a watermelon or a grapefruit or whatever it is, and you can't even get out of bed. I'm not saying that's a situation with Jalen, but it's always how a player responds, 24 to 48 hours later to the treatment when you really know if they're going to be able to get on the field and be themselves.
The running back situation, there's all 3 names are on this list. Are you intrigued by what's going on there? Howard didn't play last week, so you would certainly be worried about him. One guy, Scott, is ill. We don't know what ill means in today's world. And you had the ankle problem with Sanders, which we're not sure if that's why he didn't finish the game out the other day, or did he essentially get benched?
Yeah, that's the alarming thing is that the injury report on Wednesday, on a day like today, when there's only a walkthrough, is an estimation of what it would be like if it was really a practice. And so they have Jordan Howard listed as a did not participate, which means if they were practicing today, he would not have been able to get on the field. And it's a knee sprain. Knee sprains are really tough to come back from in 1 week and sometimes tough in 2. In fact, Jordan Howard had a stinger a couple of years ago. And you remember, instead of that being a week-to-week thing, it became a month-to-month thing. He was at almost 8 weeks, I think, with that thing. It was a long, long time. So not that they're related, but it just goes to show you these are the type of injuries that can be very tricky. And if he's not out there tomorrow, at least by Friday doing something, even limited, then it's going to be hard to envision him playing. And then, of course, Miles with the ankle, even if he is out there, the fact that he could re-aggravate it that quickly, it just feels like it's going to be a Boston Scott kind of game against the Jets. But, it's the same stadium where he always seems to score a touchdown. So maybe the opponent has nothing to do with it, and it's more the stadium for him.
Right, exactly. I don't mind Boston Scott. I don't want him for 17 games over the course of the season. I think he does provide them, whenever he plays, it seems like he does give them something in those opportunities that he gets. I think he's too small probably to be a 17-game guy. That being said, the Jets do not stop the run very well at all. In fact, I think they're the worst team in football and one of the worst teams I've ever seen against the run here. You would imagine that this could be a very simplistic idea of whoever's playing quarterback, let's get back to the basics and run the football here. This is a team that is poor in almost every aspect defensively.
Yes, it is. And this is what kind of makes the game complicated is that your quarterback may not have the ability to run the way he has. Your best downhill running back may not play in the game. Your best overall running back will still even if he does play, will still probably be hampered a little bit. And you just hit it on the head. Boston Scott's a nice back to have, but you never want him to be your primary back carrying the ball 20 to 25 times a game. But this game might call for a recipe of trying to feed the run 20 to 25 times a game. It actually opens up the door, I think, to my scenario that I've tried to cook up a little bit is using Jalen Reagor the way the 49ers were using Deebo Samuel when Elijah Mitchell was hurt, which was they were kind of making him a hybrid running back and receiver. Now, they don't go downhill under center and because Jalen Reagor is not built for that, neither is Deebo, but you see a lot of shotgun draw type runs, and Reagor has that strong, compact body where I think he can handle 5 to 7 type of carries from a shotgun inside-outside zone perspective.
Yeah, I know that it's funny because you lose a game and it changes everything. Everything was feeling good. This Jets, and then the Jets are coming off of a win, so it kind of changes the way they're feeling about things. But forget. Put it this way: you have to have this game, right? You can't if you want to have any ideas of making a playoff push. This game is imperative. This isn't the one where they lost to the Dolphins a couple of years ago. If you lose this game, it really changes the feel around the whole organization and the positive steps it felt like they're taking.
Yeah, I would agree with that. You have to win this game if you really want to make the playoffs. But I would say, and the Eagles should be favored to win no matter what. But with what they're battling from an injury standpoint and who they are, they're not, to me, the team that you say, if they don't play really well, they should still be able to beat the Jets. They're not that kind of team yet. They're going to have to play. It's still a road game, so they're still going to have to show up and play a good game to beat the Jets. I don't think that they can kind of play like they did against the Giants, turn the ball over 4 times and think that they're going to win that game going away or anything.
I would agree with that. I mean, you can't take this team for granted. I mean, as much as they've been awful, a lot of it's because they just really don't have a quarterback at this stage that's ready to play. That's where their big problem is. They do have – where to you are the Jets? These teams played in the preseason. It was 31-31. That game's kind of, out the window. They did play in a joint practice, and Gannon did say that they've watched some tape and they do take some things there. Were you able to see? Did you go to that? I mean, I heard that the Eagles really dominated them in that practice.
Yeah, but you have to remember. Besides the fact that it's preseason and doesn't matter, the Jets had a really nice first week to 2 as far as what they were looking for as a team, and then they lost Hubbard, who had been just absolutely dominating for them in camp. Sam Hubbard, their pass rusher. That was a big loss for them. And then I'm sorry, not Sam. Carl Lawson is who I meant, not Hubbard. That's a different team. So they lost Carl Lawson, and Vinny Curry was one of their bigger, kind of stabilizing type signings, and he had a personal issue. I forget what it was, something internal that he had to have dealt with that put him out for the year. So you're talking about 2 pretty experienced pass rushers, 2 linemen there. Mekhi Becton has been out for them for quite a while. So I think LaMarcus Joyner was one of their, more known players. He was out for a little bit. Elijah Moore got hurt in training camp. Elijah Vera Tucker wasn't there for them in camp. Denzel Mims. So they're not, it's not surprising to me that they won last week. I think 2 weeks ago, they only lost by a touchdown to the Dolphins, 21-14. They're not so decrepit of talent that they don't belong in the NFL. It might look like that at times, but they've got some decent players. CJ Mosley, Jared Davis are good linebackers. So again, that's why I say, they brought Elijah Riley from the Eagles practice squad. They really like what he's brought to them from a special teams and defensive standpoint. So it's Shaq Lawson. You go through the roster and you're like, oh, they have NFL players. They're representative. They're just bad. And like you said, their quarterback was hurt for a while.
Right. They're bad because their quarterbacks has been a huge problem for them.
And when Becton, when your left tackle has been out for 4 or 5 weeks or how long it's been, you're not deep there, you're gonna get hurt. Now he's not going to be back for this game, so that's still an advantage for the Eagles.
Right. I was going to say, if he's not playing, which we don't think he is, you go back into these things where the Eagles excel is against poor quarterbacks and bad offensive lines.
Yes, absolutely. So it's still, the Eagles should still be favorited, but again, they've got to play. They can't just go show up to MetLife Stadium and think they got the win in the bag. I'm sure the Texans might have. Well, I don't know if the Texans really thought that. They can't think that about anybody, but
right. The Texans are going in with a win and saying we're playing the Jets this week, and then the Jets wipe them up, right?
Right.
It's basically they win 21-14 last week. Who played quarter? Wilson came back last week. He got hurt.
Wilson. He got hurt, but he finished the game, and from what I've read, it sounds like they're pretty confident he's going to be able to play this week.
Well, I'll tell you what. The Washington football team is the current number 7 seed. Mosher, in all the conversations we had so far this year about playoffs and this and that, their name hasn't come up once. They went from the 12 seed to the 7 seed with that win. It's amazing.
Oh, no. First of all, I picked Washington to win the division at the beginning of the year, but I did say after the first 6 weeks, I said Washington really stinks, but if I'm going to think about a team that I think has the components to make a run or just figure it out because they have the talent there, it would be Washington. Right?
Well, I like their defense at the beginning of the year. The problem was we didn't know what the quarterback situation was going to look like, and then their defense went down the toilet.
That I couldn't understand, and I almost felt it was flukish, and that at some point they would figure it out. Now they've stolen a little bit from the Eagles, right? I mean, they've kind of realized that they got to understand who they are, and they run the ball a lot now with Antonio Gibson, as they should be doing. And then they're playing better defense. Everything has kind of been stabilized since they stopped throwing the ball as much with Taylor Heineke, and that's helped him play better as well.
Think about this. They beat the Buccaneers a couple of weeks ago.
They did.
And I don't know. I mean, their schedule is very Eagle-esque. They play the Eagles, the Giants twice, and Dallas twice. They have 5 division games to close out their season. I mean, this division and this playoff spot, they're probably having this discussion on 1067 The Fan down there, that why not us, right?
And you and I have been talking about this for like 3 weeks, that every time someone who, an Eagles fan looks at the schedule and says these are all winnable games, we would say, yeah, but the other teams are looking at that, seeing the Eagles on their schedule and saying the same thing.
Yep. The Spider-Man pointing at each other,
Yeah,
right?
that's exactly what I had said. Yeah, the meme.
Geoff Mosher, InsideTheBirds.com, the Inside the Birds podcast, along with Adam Kaplan. Adam will be here on Friday. Andrew's back tomorrow. And, of course, the Eagles and the Jets, they'll have the pregame show on Sunday at 10 o'clock on their YouTube channel to break down that game. And you can hear the game right here on 97.3 ESPN. All right, Geoff Mosher, I will talk to you soon, man.
Have a great one, Mike. Talk to you later.
There he is, Geoff Mosher from InsideTheBirds.com. And they're brought to you by Caesars Entertainment Group of Atlantic City. Come experience the ultimate sports destinations all season long. Wild Wild West, Tropicana, Harrah's Resort, Atlantic City. And, of course, you can book your game day experience today at Caesars.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. If you're watching the show live on our YouTube channel, subscribe to the YouTube channel. Phillies signed free agent pitcher Corey Knebel. It's a 1-year, $10 million deal. And he could be the Phillies closer at 1 year, $10 million. They might try to sneak him in as the closer for a season. I don't think they have a guy in their organization that's ready to close. I can tell you that much. So their bullpen right now looks like Knebel, Sir Anthony Dominguez, and question marks all over the place. Hey, when we come back, it's the NFL Find Five, Ugly Five, 5 best, 5 worst teams. Who are they? I have the details. I will give you my 5 best, 5 worst NFL teams. It's called the Find 5, Ugly 5. And that's coming up next here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. 428 Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. Download the app in the Apple Store or Google Play. I would advise that. Great stuff on the app. App is very good. A lot of information on the Phillies, Flyers, Sixers, Eagles, and South Jersey sports. Brought to you by this hour. Find 5, Ugly 5 by Matt Blatt Nissan. The all-new Matt Blatt Nissan is next to Home Depot online at mattblattnissan.com. I'm Mike Gill. What's going on, everybody? This is the Find 5, Ugly 5. These are the 5 best and 5 worst teams in the NFL. Now, this is getting increasingly more difficult to do as well. There aren't 5 best teams, right?
Well, it depends on how you define
5 mediocre
best.
teams.
Are they the 5 best teams in terms of greatness, or are they the 5 best
Right.
teams in terms of everybody else?
Yeah, of greatness would be out the window. There's no villain. That's what's
There's no
wrong.
hero either.
Right. That's what's wrong with sports right now. College basketball doesn't have Duke. There's no villain. Duke's not Duke anymore. College football doesn't have Miami. It doesn't have Florida State. It
That's
doesn't have
Alabama.
Notre Dame. It has Alabama, but even Alabama this year isn't the same.
They still hate Alabama.
That's true. I feel like people don't hate Alabama, though. They're
People
they just
are
marvel by them.
genuinely rooting for them to lose.
What, this week?
Period. In general, all year.
I feel like people just marvel at them.
I think that you don't hang around with the college football people.
All right, Find 5, Ugly 5 here on the Sports Bash Live on 97.3 ESPN. These are my 5 best and 5 worst teams in the NFL. 5 best, 5 worst teams in the NFL. It's called the Find 5 and Ugly 5. Here we go. All right, I got them written down on my little trusty sheet here. Ugly 5, number 5, Seattle is in the Ugly 5. I don't know what's happened to them, but their defense is really bad. We talk about the Eagles couldn't target Devontae Smith. Well, no DK Metcalf the other night. He was completely out of it. I think Pete Carroll might be at the end of the road there. It's looking like that.
You know, the thing that Kurt Warner said on the Monday night broadcast here on 97.3 ESPN was that he thought that Russell Wilson came back from that injury too soon. And he said that he thinks that he can't throw the ball accurately, and that's what's dooming the Seahawks.
Well, I think Russell Wilson, here's a question. Do you keep Russell Wilson and move on from Pete Carroll? Do you keep Pete Carroll and move on from Russell Wilson? You got to stick with the quarterback, right? But this is where people, I think Russell Wilson saw this coming and was like, I got to get out of here.
I think that if you are the Seahawks, the question you have to ask is, which is easier? Is it easier to replace the head coach, or is it easier to replace the quarterback?
It's a tough one. I mean, they're both hard to find. Finding the quarterback is really hard. They're 3-8 though. I don't know what's their draft situation. They don't have a pick this year, I don't think.
I think that this is the last year they don't have a pick. I think this is the last. I have to double check, but this was one of the picks that they gave up in the Jamal Adams
Jets,
trade.
Giants, and Eagles pick they have 8 picks in the first 10. Those two teams.
Yeah, the Jets stole a bunch of the Seattle picks in the Jamal Adams trade.
Yeah. Number 4 is Detroit. Look, they should have won on Thanksgiving Day. You know that game was one of the highest rated. It was over 20 some. People keep complaining the Lions shouldn't play on that. Why do we want somebody else to play? That's a terrible game at noon at 12:30 on Thanksgiving Day. I don't want a good game on. I want the Lions to play. I'm not quite home yet. I'm not ready to go. I mean, I'm out at a high school game. By the time I want the Lions playing in that game.
Listen, the Cowboys-Raiders game was the highest rated game.
The Cowboys-Raiders game.
Years.
But the Lions-Bears game was watched by over 25 million people.
Right. It was the highest rated Lions game in 20 years.
Right. So people don't care about who's playing in that game. Give the Lions something. Their fans deserve something, right? Their fans they got nothing. Give them Thanksgiving. Let them own that day.
Yeah, why not?
They're number 4, though. I mean, they should have won that game. They're 0-10-1, but man, they're in every game except for the Eagles game.
Yeah, you got to give Campbell credit, man. He's finding a way to maximize a poor roster into a mediocre team.
Jets are number 3. They actually won this week. I mean, these 3 at the top, they just keep leapfrogging around because one wins, Then they lose for 5 straight weeks. Jacksonville's number 2, and Houston's number 1. Houston's number 1 because they lose to the Jets.
Right. And at some point, you can't lose some of these games.
Let me give you some perspective on how bad those 3 teams are. The Jets this year have scored under 200 points, okay? Houston has scored 164, and Jacksonville is at 173.
Right.
The Jets have given up 334 points. To give you some perspective on that,
bad.
there's not one other team in the league that's given up over 300, and they've given up 334.
Wow. That's insane.
There are minus 135. It's the worst in the league, and it's not close.
Joe Douglas, football guy.
Houston is next. They have given up 292, and Jacksonville's given up 283.
Nick Caserio, Patriots guy.
Yeah. Now, would you surmise that Trevor Lawrence is having a good year?
I mean, I wouldn't put the word good next to his name.
Well, I'm just saying, I get they're not winning a lot, but he was the number 1 pick. He was this can't-miss guy. You got to get him. Was he worth losing for?
I don't know if he was worth losing for, but I think he's definitely showing that he was worth them picking first overall.
Well, I feel like when a lot of times you draft a guy number 1, like Joe Burrow last year, you could see he was on the highlights all the time. He was everywhere. I feel like I never see Trevor Lawrence.
The problem for Lawrence is that a lot of times, if you tune into a Jags game, you realize
Forget tuning into a game, though. I don't see him on the highlight shows.
Well,
I don't see
there's a
them
reason
like
why. Because his guys drop the ball. There's so many times he throws this great pass and they drop it. And you're just like, oh, there we go.
9 touchdowns, 10 interceptions. He's been sacked 20 times, which isn't all that much, by the way.
No, but they have a lot of drops. And, the only time that you really ever see them score a touchdown on a pass by him is a Marvin Jones, because it's like the only receiver legit on their team.
Well, those are my 3 worst teams in the league.
Good job.
These are my 5 best. This is hard.
Because you have to differentiate between all these teams that are about the same.
Yeah, these are the 5. It's not the fine 5. It's just like the average 5.
It's the 5 who made the cut.
New England's number 5. They've won 6 in a row. The Jets have given up 334. New England's given up 190. Their defense has been stringent, but their offense, 336. They've surpassed the Buffalo Bills.
That's right.
Offensively. They're a plus 146, which has also surpassed the Bills. I mean, the one thing the Bills had was this amazing plus minus. Well, not minus, but plus. I mean, they were on the plus side of plus 144. Where they are. New England surpassed them.
Correct.
New England's number 5 in my fine 5. They're 5-0 on the road, by the way. They're 3-4 at home.
So what are they, the Eagles?
It's an anomaly for you. Kansas City is number 4. The Chiefs have won 4 straight. They're not the Chiefs of old quite yet. But I think defensively they're getting better. They got to find their rhythm offensively.
Is it fair to say you're much more comfortable with the Chiefs now than you were previously?
I can be comfortable with the Chiefs now because I think the rest of the league stinks.
Okay, so your part of your thing is you're still looking at it being like, the league is bad, but I know who the Chiefs are.
Yes, exactly. Number 3, Arizona is number 3 this week. I haven't been all that, I'm just not in love with that team, but I do respect the fact that they won some games with the backup quarterback and they've had some injuries. I think Hopkins is supposed to be back this week for them. Or at least he was practicing.
They're pretty hopeful. He is on the field practicing.
Here's a good number for them. They've scored over 300. They've only given up 202. Not quite where New England is, but they're the best plus minus in the NFC. They're a plus 108.
And that's important because at the end of the day, you have to have a defense that's good enough to keep you in games. You don't need an elite defense. You need a defense to keep you in the game.
Well, 202 is by far the best defense in the NFC. By the way, I was wrong about Atlanta's given up 302. They're the only other team that's given up over 300. But Arizona at 202 is the lowest points allowed in the NFC. So their defense is the best in the conference. Green Bay is my number 2. They're a plus 41. the kid Dillon. They got a good running game. I like their defense a lot better this year, and you got Rodgers. So I'm going to go Rodgers slightly over Murray. Not slightly. I mean, I like Rodgers over Murray.
I think it's a fair thing to do. I think at that point, if you compare the head coaches and you compare the quarterbacks, one group of guys has done, the other one hasn't yet.
And number one this week is Tampa.
Brady.
Bruce. That team just loaded, man. I mean, I feel like they're sleepwalking through the year, kind of. They won the Super Bowl. They got better. Same team's back. They added. I think Antonio Brown's going to be out a couple of weeks here, but does that matter? Do they care?
Brady needs either Gronk or Antonio on the field. As long as he has one of those guys on the field, he has his safety valve.
They've scored 347 points, and I feel like they're not even full blast. Like, in the end, I don't care what happens week to week, who they lose to, who they beat. To me, Tampa's the best team in the league. They're the one team that feels like the villain, that could be the elite.
I got a bit of a mind twister question for you.
Yep.
How different would the last almost decade be if the Eagles hired Bruce Arians instead of Chip Kelly?
I don't know. I mean, he was in Arizona. They didn't make the Super Bowl with Arians, though.
He made the NFC Championship.
Yeah, they made the championship game. That was Wisenhunt who went to the Super Bowl.
Right, previously.
Arians a good coach, but he's got Tom Brady, Mike Evans, Chris Godwin, Gronkowski. He's got a great offensive line and a tremendous defense. Your question's fair, but I don't know what that would have meant for the Eagles.
It's just something to think
They might
about.
not have won a Super Bowl because
Maybe
they needed to fire Kelly to get to Peterson that got them to the Super Bowl.
That's true. Just something to think about.
And that's the brain twister back to you.
I don't think they would have won a Super Bowl.
Probably not.
But they would have 10, 11, 12 wins every year.
I'll take the Super Bowl. As much as look, the Eagles won the Super Bowl. It's over and done with. I don't really care. I'm glad that they won one. So for all those, cowboy, sniffers out there that are like, we got all these Super Bowls. Great. It's tremendous achievement in 1974. It was very nice of you to win that Super Bowl. It was also very nice of you to win those Super Bowls when I was in high school. We're real proud of you. Let me know when the 30-year plus drought ends and the epic disappointments year after year you can finally say, see, we're the best team. It's been over 30 years, and all I ever hear is how many Super Bowls that they've won. Most of them occurred either before I was born or while I was in high school. When something happens when I'm not in high school any longer, let me know. I would be much more impressed.
Here's what I know, Mike. The Eagles and Giants have combined for the same number of Super Bowl championships as the Cowboys in the last 30 years. That's what I know.
Well, the Giants have 2 as well, so give them credit. But and Washington hasn't won since I was in high school either.
Right.
Actually, I think before I was in high school. I don't think they won when I was.
I was going to say, I think Mark Rippon was before you were in high school.
I think I was in middle school.
Don't age yourself too much, Mike. Come on.
Yeah, and all 3 NFC East teams or all 4, Philadelphia's won the most recent one, which I could care less about, really. The Eagles won that Super Bowl, and now they're just an average team stuck in mediocrity with everybody else.
Someone's sitting in their car shaking their fists at the radio right now, right?
Your past Super Bowls should have no bearing on any anytime you default to how many Super Bowls you've won, that's when you know you're the guy who watched the TV and liked the star on their helmet. There's no depth to the reason why you like that specific team other than, how many Super Bowls we've won?
Thanks for playing.
So that's my fine 5. Tampa, Green Bay, Arizona, Kansas City, New England. Who missed my list? Not many. I don't like the Rams. Something's wrong there. Atlanta's in second place in the South, for whatever that's worth. Just some oddities in the schedule. Washington's now in second place in the East. The 3 West teams, they all have 6 wins. The Bengals have 7. They're not in the fine 5. And Buffalo. So they're it. Baltimore has 8 wins. I didn't put them in my 5. And Tennessee has 8 wins. I didn't put them in my 5.
It's hard to put Baltimore or Tennessee in a top 5 right now because both of them have had some really ugly games recently.
Yeah. Cole from LBI says the Jamal Adams to Seattle trade, and then the Sam Darnold trade, and then the trade for the starting guard from the Chiefs for a tight end they cut is why Joe Douglas is a great GM. Well, if we're judging GMs based on the trade that they get back, then wouldn't Roseman be also a great GM? He got a first-round pick from the Dolphins and for Sam Bradford, but he got that first-round pick from the Dolphins. I mean, they now Waddle's turned out to be a pretty good player.
He has, yes.
But they gave up a first-round pick to get him. Is he that good?
Right. Is Jalen Waddle worth giving up a first-round pick for?
Right. So what you're saying is Douglas is great because he made this trade. Look, they traded Jamal Adams, and that was a smart move. This is a bad team. They have a safety. It's like a team that has a closer, and they don't need him. What do? They end up trading him. So he got a good trade there. He made a smart decision. Sam Darnold, I mean, sure, these are good trades. But if you're reasoning to say that you're a great GM because you made these great trades, then now you're saying essentially that Roseman is a great GM. The thing is, you made smart trades. What do you then do?
Right. What do you do after that?
So Roseman and Douglas both need to hit on some draft picks now. Douglas took Zach Wilson. Not sure that that's going to be the one that puts him over the top. I don't know.
Time will tell. We don't know who Zach Wilson is yet.
No, we don't. I'm not ruling him out. I did not like Zach Wilson on draft day. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, I mean, the part of the problem though is also really quick that all these quarterbacks are overdrafted. Everyone's trying to find the next superstar quarterback, and there's only like a couple of them in the world.
Yeah,
they're all overdrafted, honestly.
All right, that's my Fine Five, Ugly Five. We'll got another hour and 15 to go. Stick around. Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. All right, 10 to the top of the hour, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN, 609 403 0973, 609 403 0973. Mike, you're dropping the Cowboys. They're missing Lamb, Law, Randy Gregory, and their coach. And you're going to say Dallas dropped and Zeke's hurt. Are you salty? No, I dropped them because they've lost 3 out of 4. And when I look at a team, they lost 3 out of 4. Teams are 53-man roster. My Cowboy friends seem to lose sight of this sometimes. They make more excuses than anyone I've ever heard. It sounds like this guy's in the excuse business. It's not a 22-man sport. It's a 53-man sport. Did you see Baltimore on Monday night or Sunday night? How many guys are Baltimore missing?
Like half the roster.
Did they lose?
No, they won.
They won.
It was ugly.
It was ugly, but they found a way to win.
But they've won 2 straight games in the most ugly ways possible.
Right. Dallas is a good team. I've had them at the number 1 spot. When they're at full strength, they might be the best team. But you know what? The problem with Dallas is, as usual, overhyped, not enough depth. They lose one guy, and the whole thing goes out of whack. They lose 2 guys, and their fan base starts crying. We lost this guy. We've lost that guy. We lose this guy. Every team in the league goes through injuries. Why do you think the Eagles were a 4-win team last year? They lost their whole offensive line 2 times over. They lost offensive. They had 13 different line combinations. That's what happens. It's part of the reasons why you're not where you thought you would be.
Right.
You know, when the Cowboys are at full strength, I thought they were pretty darn good. I had them at number 1 at one point. Well, then you lost to the Broncos, got your ass kicked. You lost to the Chiefs, and you lost to the Raiders. That's 3 out of 4 losses. If you have a good team, 53, you find a way to win one of those games. Baltimore did it, right? There's a lot of teams that have injury issues throughout the course of a year.
Every year.
Every team has injury problems. I get it. Dallas has a lot of guys hurt. But if you're a Super Bowl contender, you overcome those injuries. You find a way to win the game. Baltimore, they played against Cleveland. It's a good Cleveland team. They're not great, but they're a good team. And Baltimore's playing with about 25% of their lineup out, and they go out there and win. When Dallas does that, maybe we'll pick up and say, you know what? That's a pretty good win by a team that's banged up, but they haven't been able to do that. They haven't been able to get that win when they're shorthanded. And there's a lot of teams that do, the good teams, the really, really good teams. They find a way to win when they're shorthanded. Now, he goes on to say, wouldn't those fans bail on them after 26 years? I wouldn't say that they need to bail on the team. That's admirable that the fans of the Cowboys have stuck with them through all this. But here's the problem. Don't be delusional. Admit the fact that this team has been probably the biggest disappointment year after year in those 26 years, 20 times. I didn't say it. Steve Young said it the other night. Steve Young said on Monday Night Football before the game, when are we going to just realize that year after year after year that this is the most disappointing team year after year? It's always some excuse. The refs always call everything against us. The refs, you know, if there was one team in the NFL, if the NFL could say, we want one team to be good, which team do you think they would pick?
Cowboys.
Of course they would. The Cowboys are the one team the NFL would want to be good. Why?
They make money.
Because they have fans all over the world, all over the country. They have fans everywhere. That's the only team that the NFL wants to be good. And yet their fans would say they're always against us. They're always bad calls against us. They're just not as good as you think. I'm sorry to break that to you, and I'm sorry that your feelings are hurt.
At the end of the day, the Cowboy fan who keeps claiming to the Super Bowl is like the guy who keeps telling you how he had a varsity jacket. And it was 20 years ago. It's like, bro, we get it.
And
you were good at 17. You peaked.
And they're usually one and the same. Cowboy guy, it's admirable that you stuck with that team. I just wish you could open your eyes and say, you know what? They disappoint me all the time. and then you would be true to yourself. You just don't like hearing the truth from me. I'm not salty. I'm just the truth teller. My team stinks. I'm able to admit it. Now you try it, and I'm telling you, you'll feel a hell of a lot better. Sports Bash Live 97.3 ESPN, the free mobile app. 5 o'clock, Sports Bash Live, 97.3 ESPN. I'm Mike Gill. Hopefully you're enjoying your Wednesday. The workday is over for you. I have another hour left to go, but we'll spend it together. I like this text message, by the way. I want to give the guy credit. He says, I'm a Cowboys fan, Mike, and I will make no excuses. The only time they've won a Super Bowl is when they had a disciplinarian as a coach. Dallas needs a good teacher in that classroom, and they won't until Jerry Jones quits meddling. You know, I give that guy a lot of credit. There's not too many sane, rational Cowboy fans out there. Many of the ones that I meet typically are enablers. They like to give all the excuses in the world as to why their team has not won since I was in high school. And that's amazing to me. Like me, I think a lot differently. My team hasn't won because they haven't been good enough. They haven't been run properly. I've never seen anything like it where the Cowboys are like, no, this is the team. This is the best team. They're great. I mean, it's just that the officials are against us. I've never seen anything like it. It's amazing to me. I've never seen anything like it. And it's universal. Every Cowboy fan that I'm friends with, sadly, I have too many in my group. How the hell did they all infiltrate into my group? But individually, each one of them, while good human beings sometimes, irrational. Like I say to my buddy all the time, he'll say, oh, the referees are against the Cowboys. You know, I said, did you realize in the game on Thanksgiving Day, all right, this is just an example of how irrational these people are. Josh, on Thanksgiving Day, do you know how many penalties were called in that game?
Off the top of my head, no, but I'm going to assume there might have been as many or more called on the Raiders.
There were 28 penalties called in the game. 14 of them were against the Cowboys, which means how many were against the Raiders?
The same number, right?
14.
Yeah.
Both teams had 14 penalties called. One fan base is saying that the referees were against them. Well, what would the other side then say? And the example my buddy sends to me to prove his point is that Jerry Jones blasted the refs. I was like, would you like to get Mark Davis's take on what he thought of the officials had they lost the game? They had 14 penalties called against them. The same amount of penalties were called, and yet the fan base would say, well, the penalties are called against us because they don't want us to win. Do you hear how ridiculous this sounds? Like every team every week has bad calls called against them.
Right.
So I said, all right, let me ask you a question, okay? This is the question I asked for you. The Raiders had 14 penalties called against them. Were any of those calls bad calls that favored Dallas, or were the only bad calls called against Dallas and favored the Raiders?
It would be one thing if there were 12 penalties against Cowboys and like 2 against the Raiders.
Right. Like when you talk to a high school basketball referee, right? They'll say you always want to keep the fouls kind of close. You look up at that scoreboard. If you see one team has 10 team fouls, the other team has 2, you're not doing your job. You want to keep that kind of close. At the end of the day, like the Cowboys had 14 penalties called against them. The Raiders had 14 penalties called against them. So my point is, here's the problem with both the Cowboys and the Raiders, by the way. Both of the teams are perpetually sloppy. Mm-hmm. When you are perpetually sloppy, you're going to have bad calls happen against you.
Right.
That is a sign of not a good football team. The Eagles are a bad football team. So what happened to them? They had a ton of penalties called against them. Not every penalty called against the Eagles was a good call. Some of those calls are horrible calls, but they happen because your team is perpetually sloppy. What happens when you're perpetually sloppy? You catch the referee's eyes because they see you on film studying for that game, and they say, well, this team does this a lot. So anytime something looks like that, you're going to get the call against you. And Dallas is undisciplined. The Raiders are undisciplined. Philadelphia has been very undisciplined this year. Now, they've scaled back on the penalties. Teams that you look at and say, why are they not as good as they should be? Dallas is a team that should not be in the same conversation with the Raiders. They should not be in the conversation with Philadelphia. They're really not. I mean, they're better than Philadelphia, obviously, but The only reason they're within an arm's distance of them is because Dallas's team is not as good as everybody thinks they are, including myself. I was somebody who thought, man, this Dallas team is really, really good. The sad part is I've been saying that for about 4 seasons now. I go in thinking what everybody else thinks. Man, this team's really, really good. At what point do you just say these players are not as good as we all think they are? That is what it comes down to. That is when the question is. Here's where Dallas is really good. They have very good skill position players. CeeDee Lamb, very good. Amari Cooper, very good. Gallup, very good as a third guy. Zeke Elliott, very good. Quarterback, very good. Their offensive line, I have been saying for a number of years that the Dallas offensive line, that's where they're overrated. Their line is overrated, and much like the Eagles line, some of their better players are also their older players, which then turns into what? Injury issues. They had their center who had to retire, Frederick. They have not replaced him. The guy that they drafted to replace Frederick stinks. Smith is one of the best left tackles in football. The problem is what?
Keeps having back
He
problems.
can't stay on the field. You can't perpetually keep using these excuses. These are the reasons why you're not good. The Eagles had Jason Peters. Well, he kept getting hurt. Well, luckily for them, the guy who replaced Jason Peters, Big V Vaitai, was a serviceable player so that your team doesn't go down the toilet. When you have a left tackle who's old and beaten up, you have to then draft somebody who's ready to replace him should he not be able to get through the season. Look what the Eagles did. Now, the Eagles aren't the poster child for building a franchise, but Dallas could take some freaking notes. You have offensive line age and injury issues. The Eagles have injury issues on their offensive line. Brandon Brooks can't stay on the field. So what did they do? They went out and got 3 guys to play that position in the event that Brandon Brooks couldn't play. They'd signed 2 guys as undrafted rookie free agents, Jack Driscoll and Nate Herbig. They drafted a guy in the 2nd round in Lane Dickerson. So now when the Eagles line has injury issues, it doesn't derail them. There's no reason with the skill players that Dallas has, and that's even counting injuries, that they should have these issues. Their problem is their line is not as good as everybody thinks it is. Defensively, they were horrible last year. They got Micah Parsons, tremendous player. I think probably going to be a terror in the defense in the division for the next 10 years. We're going to be stuck facing this guy. The problem is the rest of the guys. Randy Gregory has been a guy that you cannot count on. So, yeah, he's good sometimes when he plays, but when he plays is the key phrase there. He's either suspended or hurt 90% of the time, it feels like. So the 4 games you get out of him a year, he's pretty good, but you can't count on him. So you can't really sit here and say, well, we have this guy, and this guy. Not really. That's like me saying, well, we have Brandon Brooks. No, you don't. He never plays. He's always hurt. So you can't count on Brandon Brooks. Just like Dallas can't count on Randy Gregory. So there's a reason why that team is in a spot where in a mediocre league, they're at the top of the mediocre list, right? Great. You're one of the best mediocre teams in the league. Is that what the Cowboy guy wants to hear? Is that you're really good in a league that's filled with mediocrity? Like, does that make you feel any better now?
It shouldn't.
Well, that's my point. Is like, this is what they want to hear. Is you're salty? No, I'm demanding excellence from you. You're not demanding excellence from your own team. The Eagles are exceeding expectations, right? They won 4 games last year, Philadelphia. They won 4. They've already got 5. They're probably going to get to somewhere around 8 or 9. And guess what? That should not be something that you're excited about. Yeah, you're taking a step in the right direction, but I wouldn't be a fan and say I'm accepting of that. I'm accepting of the fact that, hey, you won 4. You've now moved in the right direction, but you can't sit here and accept that all of these issues, meaning, Okay, Brandon Brooks got hurt last year. You were not prepared for him to get hurt last year. You were not ready at that position. Nate Herbig had to play. He was not ready. Jack Driscoll had to play. He was not ready. Well, now because they had to play last year, now they are ready. Those guys got valuable experience last year, which helped them now become better players this year. Both of those guys are both pretty good players. I joke because Herbig, I feel like, is going to turn into Dillard. Herbig is actually a pretty good guard. He played center last week and actually did a good job. It said he had 2 bad plays, and he will only be remembered for the 2 bad plays that he had. Right? Herbig will now only be known as the guy who got called for holding on the touchdown run and the big run that Hurts had when he was playing. In reality, Herbig is a pretty good find for this team. They found a guy who can play center and guard and do it as a spot starter. I don't want him starting for 17 games, but he's pretty good. I mean, Nate Herbig's a pretty good find.
When this team is healthy, and the idea whenever the time comes that Jason Kelsey is not here, I'm assuming that your line from left to right is going to be Mailata, Dickerson, Sayamalu, Driscoll, or whoever, and then Lane Johnson, because then you have Herbig and all those guys backing everyone up.
Yeah, I mean, the Eagles, look, somebody texted in a little while ago and says, I'm not a Howie hater. I actually like the free agent signing he makes, but I feel like he makes some bad extensions with Wentz and possibly some of their older linemen. I think Howie is a decent drafter, not horrible, not the best, which is kind of where I'm at. So what he has done a really good job at is identifying offensive linemen.
Correct.
Now, I don't know that you give him all the credit. This is another thing. You know, it's like anything that somebody does good, we want to add variables to it. Well, Roseman drafted all these linemen. Well, it's because they have the best offensive line coach in the league.
But don't you need good coaches to coach up, make the players better?
Right, exactly. But it's like no one wants to say, man, you did a really good job at drafting. It's, that guy wasn't any good. It's because Stoutland is the reason why they're good. There's always a yin and the yang. There's always a variable as to why a positive. This guy's right. Now, the extensions, I think Roseman generally has done a good job on the extensions. I think he did a bad job after the Super Bowl, and I think a lot of that had to do with the fact that they won the Super Bowl. And they wanted to try to keep that Super Bowl team together.
They wanted to keep the window going.
I don't think you will see him make those type of signings. The Wentz extension, that's a hard one, man. When you feel like you have your quarterback, did they evaluate Wentz too early? I mean, the guy was going to be the MVP of the league. They were the number 1 seed. You felt like you had your quarterback. Like, I don't have a problem with you. Like, people are saying they don't like the deal for Mailata. He hasn't proven anything. Sometimes on a young player, you got to roll the dice and just say, let's get him before his value goes through the roof. You know what Mailata would have signed for if he reached free agency? I mean, he'd be the highest paid left tackle in football. You cannot. So was it a gamble to identify Mailata and sign him to that deal as a 7th round pick with such little experience? Of course it is. But that's what you have to identify those guys. For them to sign Mailata now, at the end of the day, he would have been the highest paid left tackle in football when he hits free agency. When's he a free agent? Probably 2 years
now.
Now
It's going to be 2026.
Right, no, I'm saying, when was he scheduled to be one?
After next year.
Right. So if he played this year at the level he's playing and then didn't sign, and then his agent would have had the opportunity to say, did you see what my guy did? I mean, he's going to be a Pro Bowler this year, most likely. And then there's a possibility that he's an All-Pro. Can you imagine what he would have got if he asked on the open market? Or the Eagles would never, they would have been screwed. So you have to identify young players. It doesn't always work out. It's the contract they gave to Jeffrey, where you're like, what the hell were you thinking?
Right. That's one you can criticize.
But that is rare. That is a rare thing that this organization does. Forget Roseman. This organization does not identify older players and sign them typically. In fact, if anything, that is what they've been known for. They cut the Band-Aid at guys at 30 years old.
Vitae on the open market got a 5-year, $45 million deal. So if Vaitai, who is not as physically gifted as Mailata, got a $45 million contract, what the heck do you think Mailata's getting?
Oh, I think he would have been in the $100 million range. I mean, what did he get here? What did he get? 65 million or something like that?
I'm pulling up real quick.
I mean, if Mailata reached the open market after this not after this season, after next season. In other words, if they didn't sign him when they did, and he had this season to go off of as, hey, look what I did this year. Whatever he got this year, whatever he signed for now, the Eagles would have been screwed.
4 years, $64 million with $40 million guaranteed.
Right. So we got about $100 million deal with the $60 million. Oh, $40 million of the $60 million guaranteed.
Yeah, 40 is guaranteed.
Gotcha. Not $60 million plus
now,
40
by
million.
comparison, Vaitai got $20 million guaranteed. So Mailata, basically, the Eagles hedged and made sure that he didn't go to the open market and just completely blow the contract out of the water.
Mm-hmm. Mike, you're 100% correct about Mailata. If Mailata made a Pro Bowl at his size, teams would send an armored truck full of money. Yeah, that's the thing that they were up against is, as much as we don't want to do it, Roseman identified that we got to sign this guy now, because what we're seeing in training camp, if he plays like this during the course of the year, he's going to kill us with the contract. Yeah. Put it this way. If I'm Mailata and his agent, I'm probably not happy that I signed that contract. Yes, I got $40 million. He probably could have got 60 guaranteed.
Right.
Right?
If
Who's the
not more.
top paid left tackle in football right now?
Let's find out. I'm going to assume that it might be Trent Williams.
I was going to say, is it Trent Williams, who's beat up, old, still the best guy when he plays, but not healthy, unfortunately.
I mean, he's more healthy than Teron Smith is, but
another guy who gets paid a boatload. But who is the highest paid left tackle in football right now?
Yeah, it's Trent Williams at $23 million. He's tied with David Bakhtiari of the Packers.
Okay.
They both have 23.
So they're both making $23 million annually?
This year.
Right.
They're making right now this year.
That's what I'm saying. Annually, $23 million.
Right.
For this season.
Right behind them is Laramie Tunsil at 22. And then Ronnie Staley at 19.75.
So Mailata got what? 4 years, $60 million?
64 with 40 guaranteed.
Okay, 4
so
years.
You got to actually divide into the 40. Because the surplus money goes against the cap, but the base salary is another number.
Right. So he got $10 million a year. Well, no, the guaranteed money.
His AAV right now is 16.
I was gonna say, so 16 million AAV. So he is in the middle of the pack in terms of offensive line.
He is being paid less than Garrett Bowles of the Broncos, Colton Miller of the Raiders, Ronnie Staley of the Ravens, and then the other guys I just mentioned.
Yeah.
He's making the same amount of money on average annual value as Taylor Lewan of the Titans, and he's making a little more than Donovan Smith of the
right
Bucs.
now he's being paid as a top 10 offensive tackle.
Correct.
Okay. And by the end of this year, if he would have played this year the way he's playing right now, this is where you have to identify a guy and take a chance. They identified that if we let this guy play out the season, he's going to wallop us. Right. So let's get him now. I think the Eagles won the deal with Mailata at this point.
And here's the thing, Mike. There's nobody on this list who is below him in terms of what he's getting paid that you would want. There's nobody. I'm looking at the list right now. Would you rather have DJ Humphries, Deion Dawkins, Cam Robinson?
No, we know that left tackle position is pretty terrible in football right now. So the Eagles did a good job identifying that they had a young player. Now, the point that the guy from the text message made is the fact that they identified Wentz, and that did not work out. Now, the problem with that to me is saying that it didn't work out is not really fair. Wentz has had a pretty good season with Indianapolis.
Yes.
He's not great. He's not a MVP candidate.
But you could argue that he's above average.
He has certainly been better this year than he was last year.
Right.
And I think he's better this year than probably he was in the 2 previous years here. He's got 21 touchdowns and 5 interceptions. Does he make some bad decision at times? Yeah, but he only has 5 interceptions. He still has a little bit of the fumble issue here and there. He's fumbled 4 times, but in reality, I think Wentz 2 problems. Did you read the article at The Athletic
I was just
yesterday?
going to ask you that question. I read the article. Did you read it?
Yes, I did.
I thought it was a very interesting insight on Wentz's mindset.
I did too. And Wentz gets benched in the game against Green Bay, and he says, is it for a play? Is it for a series? And at that point, he just had no idea. And he's standing there and he's saying, is this it? Like, is my career done here? Like he said, I didn't know what to do. And then he basically never played again. That's the last snap he ever took for the Philadelphia Eagles. I mean, I contend that Carson Wentz, the injuries just piled up on this guy, coupled with, the whole part about his wife and the fact that she was from somewhere in Kentucky or something.
Yeah, she's from northern Kentucky.
Right. And when she found out they were moving, she was ecstatic. She was so happy. Like, you think these players' wives want to deal with the yahoos that reach out to these people and tell Wentz how bad he is and how much he sucks and all this stuff? Like, Wentz, it almost felt like Wentz didn't want to leave, but he almost had to because for his family's sake. Did you get, like, that's the sense I got was Wentz didn't want to go. Like, this is who drafted me. I wanted to make it work here. But when I told my wife, the smile on her face.
Right.
And it's almost like his wife is saying, thank God we got out of this mess where my family doesn't have to listen to how much my husband is not the player in football that the fans want him to be.
But it also gets back to the thing that you and I talked about last year, Mike, and that is how many times we bring up the fact that Wentz is from a small, in the middle of nowhere town. His wife is from a small town. They grew up in a world that was nothing like a city like Philadelphia. They come to Philadelphia, and I generally believe Wentz, for the most part, did his best to fit in and make everything work. But at the end of the day, you're just not equipped to be your best in certain environments.
Well, not only is he not equipped to be his best, as I said, I think the injuries just piled up on him, and he could not be the player that he was in 2017. He just cannot, like, even in Indianapolis, I think that he has played really well, but he's still not the player he was then. And a lot of that is, look, the guy tore his ACL. I mean, he tore his ACL and his PCL, right?
Yes.
He had a dual tear at his knee. He broke his ribs. He broke his
back.
He had the concussion problems. At what point do those catch up to you and you're just not the same player?
They say in the article also, they say that the Colts know that Wentz at times takes risks and they have to reel him in. So, and even Wentz is like, yeah, I need to listen to Frank Reich in the article.
And just the Frank Reich thing, I think, is big too. We talk about all the time. Players need to go to a place where they can succeed. They need to be in a system that works for them.
Right.
Where you go matters.
Always.
Who your coach matters. And I think Wentz, when he lost Frank Reich, he lost that guy that brought the best out of him.
He lost almost like a piece of himself.
Sports Bash being brought to you by the expert solar team of New Jersey, EMT Solar Roofing, Solar Guardian. Start your solar journey today by learning more. Go to espnsolar.com. I'm Mike Gill. This is the Sports Bash. Joe Valerio has the week off. He'll be back next Wednesday. Jeff Kerr has the day off. He'll be back on Friday. It's you and me till the top of the hour, 609-403-0973. More Sports Bash on the way. 5:30 Wednesday night. I'm Mike Gill. Hey, don't forget, game night tonight. Kevin McCormick. We have Sixers and Celtics here on 97.3 ESPN. Mike, I've watched every Colts game, and I'll tell you for a fact, Carson Wentz is not above average. Maybe average at best. Well, it depends on what your criterias are here, right? I mean, I know it might hurt for people to say this, but the quarterback play in this league is not very good, and that would put Carson Wentz right now, he is the 12th rated quarterback in football. I mean, that would put him above average at this point. I mean, don't know what to tell you. I mean, that is basically actually he is the 16th in terms of QB rating, in terms of yards. I don't know what number for people. Actually, let me take that back because this passing stat is adding in guys like Joe Flacco, Derrick Henry, who threw one pass. So those guys are out of the mix here. So it looks like Carson Wentz would be the 13th rated quarterback in the league, which would put him above average. But your criteria, I don't know what your criteria is. What is your criteria for what's a good quarterback? Of all the quarterbacks in the league, he's got the 13th best. Now, what number do you want to go by? QBR, quarterback rating? Because his QBR, he's the 12th best quarterback in the league. Carson Wentz, QBR, is 12th best in all of football.
Look, to me, Mike, if you line his numbers up next to a guy who's perpetually considered average, he's right in the neighborhood.
Well, these are the guys that are ahead of him. Justin Herbert, Matthew Stafford, Aaron Rodgers, Tom Brady, Kyler Murray, Josh Allen, Jimmy Garoppolo, Tua, Mahomes, Derek Carr, Kirk Cousins, and then Carson Wentz.
Well, you just named the guy that I was going to say. If you line his numbers up next to him, he's right in line with the guy who is perpetually considered average or above average in the NFL. That's Kirk Cousins.
Now, the guys below him, I'm sure if I start naming some of these guys, a guy like the guy who just texted in would say, well, I take him. You know, Mac Jones, Ryan Tannehill, Joe Burrow, Lamar Jackson, Dak Prescott. Now, Prescott was hurt a lot, so, you know, not a lot. I mean, he missed a game or two.
I think it was just one.
One, right. No, he's played 10 games. So
yeah,
Prescott,
Prescott's
just not – he has not had a great year this year.
No, he hasn't, but you also got to remember he's coming off an injury. So
Jacoby Brissett, who played a handful of games, Matt Ryan, Bridgewater, Tyler
this is why I don't
Heineke.
like some of these analytic metrics because they make certain players better or worse than they really are. Like, who would you rather have, Mike? Dak Prescott or Tua? You want Dak. Right.
No question.
But if you go by the metric here, there's a gap between them.
Yeah, I don't know what number. Like that guy saying that Carson Wentz is average. To what are you basing it on, though? Like, what are you judging him against? If you're judging him based on the quarterbacks that are in this league, he is above average because this league is filled with quarterbacks that aren't very good.
Right. I've said this 100 times, Mike. When people complain about Jalen Hurts, they're comparing him to a fantasy. They're comparing him to something that doesn't exist. And at the end of the day, if you have a quarterback who is going to put you in position to win games, that's all you can really ask for because unless you have Brady, Rodgers, and of that caliber, very rarely are you going to be asking your quarterback to win you games.
Well, of the young guys, which guys? Because, like, you know, Brady's going to be gone, believe it or not, at some point.
Yes.
The guys that we perpetually kept talking about, which of the guys that are young guys that we think are real, that are going to be hanging around?
Herbert, 100%.
All right, Herbert.
By the way, he leads the NFL in fourth quarter comebacks this year.
What about Joe Burrow?
I think Burrow has to be in the conversation. I like to see a little more from him long term, but I love what I've seen so far.
All right, Kyler Murray.
I like Kyler a lot. My question with Kyler is, when does he take that next step?
The big problem I have with Kyler Murray is his size and his style. He's hurt. And is he going to constantly keep getting hurt?
Well, you know, with Kyler, part of the problem is when you say his size, it's not his height size, it's his frame.
He's small.
He doesn't have a thick frame. Like Russell Wilson is built like a brick house. Dak Prescott is built like a guy who could take a hit. Kyler just looks like a small dude.
Right. That's my point is he has a smaller frame that when he takes hits, it's obviously that his body is not able to hold up because he takes so many hits.
It's more concerning is
He's
what I would
been
call
hurt,
it.
a couple of times. He misses a game here, there. He's missed 3 games so far this year. Is he perpetually going to keep getting hurt? I don't know. Some of the other quarterbacks, like Josh Allen, I like him a lot. Is he going to be one of those next great guys where every single year? I think Josh Allen is he's going to be this generation's Ben Roethlisberger, but better.
I can see that. Yeah, I think he would be a more consistent version of what Big Ben
That's what I
was.
said, better.
I mean, I want to say consistent to just better.
I think he's got by the way, Ben Roethlisberger's was pretty amazing in his prime.
I mean, Ben Roethlisberger's probably going to the Hall of Fame.
Right. I mean, the guy won Super Bowls. He was a big lumbering guy, but who can move. He could elude. He had great touch. I mean, he didn't have this great hose of an arm, but he had a strong enough arm. He can, he was really good. I think Josh Allen is a more athletic version of because he's big, but he can run. He's got a cannon, though.
He's got a howitzer.
Right. He's got a cannon for an arm.
He's got a bazooka.
I think Mac Jones, you're looking at a guy who's going to be really, really good.
I think Mac Jones is, as long as he stays with the Patriots, he's going to be really good.
Tua, I thought Tua played a really good game last week, to be honest with you.
That might have been one of Tua's best games thus far, honestly.
I mean, he's playing the Houston Texans, not the Texans. Who they play last week? The Dolphins played. They played the Texans last week.
I thought they played the Texans.
No, I thought the Jets played the Texans. No, they played who did Miami play last week? They won the game. I do remember that. Who did Miami play last week? I thought he played really well in that game. Tua. So, and I'm not the biggest Tua guy in the world. I mean, I wasn't on the tank for Tua train. I'm not losing games to land Tua, but I thought he played pretty well last week. I thought he definitely he had a couple of throws where he ripped it in there, man.
Panthers.
Carolina. Yep. They played Carolina.
That was the game that they benched Cam in.
Right. Don't like Zach Wilson.
I'm jury's out on Zach Wilson.
Lamar, I'm not a hater.
I think Lamar is going to continue to be a winning quarterback in the NFL.
The question is he going to be a Super Bowl quarterback?
Well, I think it depends on,
he's already proven that he's a winning quarterback.
I think it depends on the defense because, when that defense plays well, like we've seen the last couple of weeks, they can win no matter how Lamar plays. But there's been games that Lamar has shootouts, like, for example, the Chiefs, and they lose the game because the defense can't stop you and me running down the field.
Burrow has a ton of weapons. That offensive line needs to get fixed for him to go to that. For Burrow to go to the next level, he needs a better offensive line.
Yes, absolutely.
Baker Mayfield has never been sold on him.
The biggest problem with Baker right now is I think Baker is his own worst enemy. I think Baker is trying to be a hero.
And he
tries to play hero ball.
Right. He's the guy that was too small but wants to prove to everybody that he belongs.
Right. He wants to be the tough guy, and then he takes the unnecessary hit.
Pittsburgh's in a big trouble here. Now, they do have, I think, the 10th pick coming up, or they're going to be in the top 10.
They're going to have a nice pick.
They're going to have a good pick. The problem is there's not a quarterback in this draft. Now, I think a lot of mock drafts have them going Kenny Pickett, and I just don't think Pickett's going to turn your franchise around.
I asked Eric Edholm 2 weeks ago about this, and he told me that my comp is fair. He said that he thinks Pickett is more athletic than this guy, but I think that Pickett is Kirk Cousins.
If he's Kirk Cousins, I mean, you're not. People look at Kirk Cousins like he's dog meat, but the problem is you don't feel like you're winning the Super Bowl because of Kirk Cousins.
Correct, and that's my point. My point is you're not winning the Super Bowl because of Kenny Pickett.
I don't know if Kirk Cousins played for the Steelers, would they be better?
Better than Ben is right now, sure.
So if you put a guy like Kirk Cousins in Pittsburgh from day one, is my question. Like if Kirk Cousins didn't start his career in freaking Washington.
Right.
I mean, seriously, like if he started his career in Pittsburgh,
right,
he may have been. I mean, he was a 4th-round pick, Cousins, by the way.
He was, but he was also the insurance policy for RG3. And
right.
when Kyle Shanahan had him,
RG3's way out of the league, and Cousins is a $90 million contract.
Right. And honestly, there have been games this year and with Minnesota where Kirk Cousins has won and lost them games.
Do you see this book that RG3's coming out with?
Yeah, I'm curious.
He's going to talk about the injury, the
You can
misdiagnosis.
color me intrigued,
You're
Mike.
right. It's going to talk about all the sexual misconduct that went on in that organ. I mean, he's going to let the Washington football team secrets out, it sounds like.
Yeah, he sounds like he's the guy who's like, you know what?
I got nothing to lose.
I got nothing to lose. This is the perfect time for me to just lay it all out there.
The Houston Texans, their quarterback situation's a mess. Jacksonville, Lawrence. I mean, I said earlier the show today, Lawrence to me has not, like Joe Burrow, I felt last year as the number one pick on a bad team, was constantly making news because of his play. You're
Right.
saying there's a lot of drop there, but to me, Lawrence just hasn't jumped off the page as the number one pick.
And I think
for the hype that he had. This guy was supposed to be the greatest quarterback we ever saw coming out of college.
Which the hype is ridiculous, honestly. But listen, I think Lawrence can still be a good, great NFL quarterback. I think time will tell.
Tannehill, I mean, he's just a guy.
He's average,
right? I mean, he's whatever. Denver's got a quarterback big time problem.
The reports are that they're going to draft a quarterback no matter what happens from here on out.
And good for them. They're going to take a guy who's not going to be any good.
I mean, it depends on who they take, and it depends on, is Nick Fangio still going to be the head coach? Is they going to change the offensive coordinator? I mean,
I think Fangio's done.
I think he is done too because they have a new GM. The GM wants to hire his own guy.
Kansas City, Mahomes obviously is having a little bit of a down year, but he just signed that mega deal. Carr, like you were talking about these quarterbacks, like Derek Carr is probably in the above average area.
I would say that's fair. Above average is probably right exactly where he should be.
And then you got Herbert.
And I think Herbert's a stud.
That's your AFC. You got Prescott. He's not going anywhere. I think Daniel Jones is done there.
I think Daniel Jones is
got this neck problem now.
He's got the neck problem, and also the whole situation with the changing the coordinator, and Gettleman might get fired.
Washington has quarterback issue perpetually. Chicago has a quarterback problem, but, Justin Fields, they drafted him. I'm going to imagine he's going to get a couple of years now.
I feel like they got to fire Nagy. They got to fire Nagy, bring in a new guy.
That's definitively happening, I would imagine.
It better.
That's another question. We go around and see which coaches are on the, Detroit, they got a quarterback problem. I mean, Jared Goff was the number one pick in the draft.
Yes, he was.
And he hasn't won a game for any other coach other than Sean McVay.
Tells you something, doesn't it?
Well, you have the number one pick, and that's who you get.
That's who you end up with.
Well, you took him. You had a chance to take somebody else if you wanted to.
You did. But remember, Sean McVay wasn't the coach when they drafted him either.
Green Bay's interesting because how many more years is Aaron Rodgers going to be there?
I mean, remember the speculation before the year was he was getting traded right after the year. And now Rodgers is trying to act like he wants to stay. So it's like, I don't know what the heck's going on over there.
Then you got Cousins. He's got that deal.
Fat deal.
Matt Ryan's getting to the end of the line there. They need a quarterback.
Yeah, Matt Ryan's the guy that I want. That I wanted the 49ers originally to go out and get. Because I felt like Kyle Shanahan could have extended his window. But in Atlanta, he's just done.
Carolina needs a quarterback. Darnold's probably going to be done.
He's toast.
New Orleans needs a quarterback.
Well, unless you believe that Jameis Winston can keep being the guy.
I don't.
Then they need a quarterback.
Well, I don't because of the deal they signed him and now the injury that he had. Like those coupled.
Right. The situation is more than the player.
Correct. And then you've got Brady. How many more years is he going to play?
I mean, that's the biggest question of all. Nobody knows. I don't even think Brady really knows. I think Brady's toying with us.
Then you got Murray, who's there. You got Stafford, who's interesting. Like, what's his contractual situation and how much longer the Rams are going to say, okay, we gave up a lot to get you, but we're a little disappointed. Maybe, I don't know.
Well, he's under contract for a couple more years, but the problem is that, and they brought this up on other, shows. And I agree with this point. Sean McVay is not running the Sean McVay offense. It's almost like he got the new toy and he's trying to adapt to the new toy. And it's like, no, if you literally ran the Jared Goff offense with Matthew Stafford, you'd be amazing. But instead he's trying to be like, Stafford, go out and win me games, be this gunslinger. And it's like it's not working because they're getting away from the run game.
By the way, Adrian Peterson just signed with Seattle.
Oh my goodness.
Practice squad. What kind of deal is that? You're 3-8. It's kind of baffling stuff to me.
I mean, why? What does Seattle think that AP is going to bring them right now?
By the way, you got Trey Lance in San Francisco with Garoppolo, and then obviously what's going to happen with Russell Wilson.
I think Lance is going to work out in San Francisco. I don't think it can be undersold that San Francisco held that very close to the vest that they were going to get Lance, and they had sent out their people to personally work him out separate from his actual pro workout day. And according to Jordan Matthews, former Eagle, he said that Trey Lance understood Kyle Shanahan's offense faster than anyone he's ever seen.
Sports Bash brought to you by Deborah Heart and Lung Center. When it's your heart, you don't take chances. Be sure to demanddeborah.org. We'll wrap up the show coming up next. Game night tonight. Kevin McCormick tonight at 6:20. Sixers and Celtics. I got a thought on it next here on the Sports Bash. All right, 5:51, getting ready to wrap up a Wednesday edition. Tomorrow we're live at Chickies and Pete's in Atlantic City. Stop out and see us tomorrow. Busy show on a Thursday as always. Getting ready for the Eagles and the Jets. By the way, did you see this, Josh? College football stuff. Brett McMurphy says the College Football Playoff Management Committee agrees that the college football playoff should expand and first-round games played on campus. However, they could not agree if Power 5 conferences receive auto bids or not, and that is the biggest holdup.
Well, it's the biggest holdup because of the fact that don't forget the Big 12 is no longer the Big 12 in a couple of years. So, it's going to come down to, are they going to let the Big 12 get an automatic bid? Because remember, you have the alliance going on. The Big 10, the Pac-12, and the ACC against the SEC. And the Big 12 is just standing on the side, being, hey, guys, don't forget about us.
Right.
And the commissioner from the ACC is the most indignant schmuck of all of them. That guy's walking around like his what don't stink.
This is interesting. So the ACC is a part of this alliance based on the fact that they had Clemson. There's not another team in that conference that has done dog do in the last 10 years.
No,
nobody.
But they need them because this is a voting block now. Now the Big 12, the ACC, and the Pac-12 can vote together in these commissioner meetings.
So the Big 10, the Pac-10, Pac-12, and the ACC.
Yes.
They have formed this alliance.
Yes.
And then the SEC's by itself.
Right.
So those four are essentially can't come together because they don't think the Big 12 deserves to be in.
Well, because part of the problem is that they don't want the Big 12 to get an automatic bid. Because at this point, by the time this thing comes to fruition, you're going to have Oklahoma and Texas no longer there anymore. And I'm sorry, but replacing them with BYU and Cincinnati is not exactly solving the power vacuum.
Well, I guess the SEC doesn't need the Big 12 to say, hey, can we, coalesce with you?
Well, listen, the SEC could make a deal, though. The SEC could turn around and say, if you allow Oklahoma and Texas out of their contract early without any repercussions, we'll give you the automatic bid.
That, or if you let them out without repercussions, why not? We'll give you a couple of our schools. We'll give you Kentucky and Vanderbilt.
Would you like Missouri? How about Missouri?
Right, Missouri, Kentucky, Vanderbilt.
Missouri used to be a Big 12 team.
Right, you can. Or Texas A&M. You want them back? You can have them too.
Oh, they ain't letting go of Texas A&M. No way.
No, I mean Texas A&M is pretty good.
That's a recruiting footprint, baby.
Yeah, well, they're getting Texas though.
But they like Texas A&M too already because now they have
saying.
2 schools in Texas.
If I'm Big 12, the problem is now your best school is now what? Oklahoma State, West Virginia, Baylor.
Yeah.
Jeez.
And if they can figure out TCU.
This is like the whole situation with the Big East back in the day, but they got into the BCS.
That's true.
And by the way, when they got in, they actually won games.
They did. Amazing.
That'll do it for me. Josh has game night up next. He'll talk to Kevin McCormick, Sixers and Celtics. Oh, my thought on the Sixers and Celtics tonight, by the way. I think that Joel Embiid will have a monster night tonight. I'm just having this feeling that Embiid is going to have – now, he had 40 points the other night against Minnesota, but perpetually you have Al Horford and Boston. They cannot defend Joel Embiid. So if you're doing your little
same game parlay
stuff, I'd take the over on Joel Embiid. That's my thought there.
I like it.
All right, I'll be back tomorrow. Have a great night, everybody.